Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. In today's tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to build your very own admissions portal without writing a single line of code. We're going to be using WordPress to build this, so you don't need to have any coding experience before you can build this website. And I want to assure you that the knowledge that you gain from this video is going to enable you to build any kind of custom dashboard you want, whether that's an e-commerce portal, a job portal, or a scholarship portal. You can build any kind of portal you want with WordPress without having to write a single line of code, and that actually shows that WordPress is not dead. Let me show you some of the features of what we'll be building in this video. First things first, we are going to create two different dashboards, one for applicants and one for admissions managers. Then we are going to create different programs students can apply for by filling their forms, and once they are done filling the forms, they can view the live status of their applications. We are also going to create a system that allows admissions managers to view applications of students and then change the status of those applications to accepted, pending, or rejected, and then these changes are going to be reflected live in both the admissions manager dashboard and the applicant's dashboard. We'll also be creating systems that allows users to change their settings such as their profile pictures. Lastly, we'll be creating our own custom login pages to enable users to log into our platform and so many more things. So stick with me and let's go through the project a little before we start building. Alright guys, so before we start, I want to take you guys to the project we are going to be building, right? Like I said, the inspiration behind this project was an admissions portal, but I truly believe that if you really understand whatever you're trying to do here and you really take it like seriously, you could be able to understand everything and apply it anywhere else. So that you want to build a portal for your business or organization or an agency or any school, right? You just need to understand this and then apply it there, right? So I want to take you through what we'll be building before we start. I want to take you through some of the important features so that the video will not be that long, right? So before we start, we have two dashboards, right? We have this is the applicant's one, or the student's dashboard over here, as you can see. And then after that, we also have the scholarship manager or the admissions manager's dashboard here, as you can see. All right, so here we have a banner with a nice design. We have this section that shows you the total applications, the pending, accepted, and the rejected ones. These numbers change based on the statuses of the applications, and I'll show you how to do that in the video. If you go here, we have this beautiful calendar that you can use to keep track of the dates, right? You can use today to come back to it, and yep, this is it. We have some quick access buttons over here as well that you can use, and then we have the latest applications. So you can customize the number of applications you want to show on the main dashboard page, and you can also customize what exact information you want to show about the applications. I'll show you how to do all that. Okay, let's head over to latest applications, and here, as you can see, we have this one here. Okay, this application, which has the application, you know, some details are here, and then we can view it, right? So if I open this in a new tab, as you can see, we have this application here. So this is so much information about the applicants, right? And this is all on the form when they are filling it. So you can customize this based on the needs of your organization, right? Sorry about this picture too, by the way. I just wanted to show you guys something, right? You can click on download for them to be able to download the transcripts. Okay, so currently the status is rejected, but we can change this because we are the admissions manager, right? If I go back, I can click on manage applications here. Okay, I'm going to see the application over here. This is it. All I have to do is click on edit. Okay, and once I do that, I'll just have to, you know, I'll land on this page here. Okay, then I'll just scroll down till I find application status. I change it to accepted. I click on save, right, just to save the whole thing. And then once it's done, I just have to head back to dashboard. Right, now when I go here, I go to latest applications. You see that now this says accepted. I come back to this page, I refresh the page, I scroll down. You see that application status is now accepted. Right, let's go back to the admissions manager page here. We have the view admissions here. So here we have this place for you to view this current admissions available. If I try and view one over here, as you can see, this is the current admission, and then it has the about admission, the provider, the amounts, the requirements, and then the button for you to apply. And I'll show you how to do that when we are using the dashboard as an applicant. All right, I can click on add new admission to add my own admission. Maybe I want to call it M4 funded scholarship. Yeah, just in Kenya, right? I'm the provider. Yeah, and the amount I can add, maybe I can make it like 90,000, right? Let's say I want to use this description here, so I'll copy the description, I'll paste it here. The requirements too, I want to copy what is here, so I'll copy it and I'll paste it in here. Scholarship image, right? So let's say I click on choose file. I can choose any image over here. Let's say I use this one, right? I can just click on create admission or create scholarship, and it's going to create that for me. So just like give it a moment to finish creating. Now it's done. Just head over to view admissions, and it's over here. So I can just view this page currently. As you can see, this is the one we just created, and they can apply now. Okay, we can go to questions, right? If any students ask any question, we are going to see it over here. and we can answer it. I'll show you how this works in real time. We can go to settings as well, and then they can now customize their first name, last name, display name, profile picture, biography, and they can update, and everything will be changed. Okay, so this is as there is for the admissions manager, right? Let's view the applicants dashboard. So I can go over here, and this is the applicants dashboard over here. Okay, so as you can see, we have this beautiful dashboard here with this beautiful animation. I'll show you how to create this a bit later. The same total, pending and accepted and rejected applications. We change this to accepted, right? So I can refresh this, and once I do that, now this is now 0 and this is 1. Okay, so I'll show you how this works, and you can put in popular courses or popular whatever you want based on your organization or your agency, right? I can head over to my applications, and this is my current application, and now it's accepted. I click on view admissions, right? And now we have this admission here. I click on view again to view it, and then this is the admission over here. I can click on this to apply for this current admission, right? And I can just fill in these details, okay? And then all I have to do now is choose a passport picture. So let's say I choose this picture here. Then I have to choose a result slip, right? I have to choose a result slip. So let me just look for some PDF file over here. Okay, I choose this, and then I can change my program to maybe business administration. I can click on submit. Okay, so once I do that, it's going to submit my application, right? I head over to dashboard. Okay, when I go back to my dashboard and I go to applications, over here, my applications, you see it here. I can click on view application. Okay, as you can see, these are all the details about everything I've entered, right? So let's go back to the admissions manager's dashboard over here, right? Let's say I refresh this page. I go to latest applications, right? As you can see, total applications are now 2. If I go to latest applications, you see that we have the person's application here with their details, right? So if I've created 2 email accounts, right? One for the admission manager, one for the student. So if I go here, I can just log into the admission manager's email, right? And over here, you see we have new application on websites. There's been a new application. Here are the details. This is their name, and you can add more of the fields depending on what you want to see in your email. If I go here, this is the applicant's email, and I go down here, I check this email here. You see we have your application has been received. So go to your dashboard to keep track of the status, right? I can go back here and I can click on manage applications now. Okay, now once I do that, all I have to do is just find the application, and once the things have come in, I can just edit the status, right? That's the main thing we'll be doing. So I scroll down, I look for the status. By default, it's pending, as you can see. I can change it to accepted. Okay, and I can just click on, okay, no, the first one was accepted, so I can make this rejected because I want to show you how it look like, right? And I can click on save, right? Now, once I save it and once everything is ready, I can just head back to the dashboard, right? And then all I have to do is go back to the applicant's dashboard, and I can just refresh the page. Once I do that, I can head over to my application. As you can see, this one is here and it has been rejected. Okay, so if I click on view to view my application, I'll be able to see that my application has been rejected over here, right? So we are also going to build that system inside WordPress only, right? Let's go to settings, and then they can also change settings about themselves over here. Okay, if they have any question, they can ask. So let's say full name. This is my full name. This is my email. My question is maybe does this work or something, right? So I can ask this question, and I can click on submit question. The question is going to be submitted. Okay, so if I go back to the admission manager's dashboard, I can refresh the page. I can go to questions, and you can see now we have a new question here. If I click on view the question, we can see the name, their email, and then whether this works. Okay, so if I go back here, I refresh, you see that we have a new email saying there's a new question on the site, right? So this is the details. We have the name, the email, and the question. If I go here, I go back, I check my email, I see that now, you see that your question has been received successfully. Okay, and over here I can come back and I can answer the question here, and it's going to send the answer to the student, and so on and so forth. So this is basically the whole system we are going to be building today. It's really exciting and it's really interesting, so I really hope I can grasp your attention with this project. If you really understand it, it's a project you can use to show off to your friends. You can build this for any organization. You could charge a lot for it because it's kind of hard to build, but once you understand it, it's going to be an amazing project you can even put on your CV, and it's going to help you stand out, right? So before we get to building, there's some few things you're going to need before you can start building this project, and I want to take you through them and then we can get to it. Alright guys, so the first thing you're going to need if you want to be able to build this portal is a hosting service, right? So just use the link in my description and it's going to take you over to the Hostinger, right? So basically, before I take you through it, I want to tell you guys what a hosting is, right? So hosting service is basically like a platform online, right? They are the people that are going to store, or that's the service that's going to store all the files of your website for you. So anything from the text, the images, the emails, everything is handled and stored on your hosting, right? So if you want your website to be fast and to be very secure, then you need to get a very good hosting. But if you get a cheap and crappy hosting, you're going to get the opposite of everything I'm saying. And I've been building websites for quite a long time. I've used so many hosting services, and no one has really stood out to me like the way Hostinja stands out to me, because Hostinja is easy to navigate, it's easy to use, and then it's also cheap, right? It's not expensive at all. So if I scroll down, if you use this link, you just come here, right? You land here. It says web hosting, right? Because you use my referral code, you're going to get like some percentage is going to be taken off the price. Okay, if you scroll down, there are 3 plans. Okay, here you get 3 websites, a free domain, right? A free domain, you get 20 GB storage, free weekly backups, but you don't get some of these AIs. But like I said, you're not going to need all of that, right? It's WordPress that you mainly need, and then you're going to get that, right? But this looks like the best offer, because right, you get unlimited websites, 1 free domain, 50 GB of space, right? Daily backups, all these tools, and you're going to get unlimited mailboxes, right? For this kind of project, you're never going to be sure about how many maybe manager emails you're going to need, and so on and so forth. So this project might be the best, or sorry, this plan might be the best, right? You can even change the length of the subscription, and you can choose the type of hosting you want as well. Okay, so if you're just starting, you know you have a small group, small number of people who are going to be using your platform, you can use shared web hosting. But you know, if it's going to be something big, a lot of people are going to be using it, maybe you need cloud hosting or agency hosting or something like that. All right, so if you want to buy it, just scroll down. Okay, you can compare all the plans, but I want to just choose this plan. Okay, if I choose this plan, it's going to take me like to my cart, right? It's going to take me to my cart. I can change the length of the time that I want this. I can change the length of the time. You're going to get a free domain too, so you can type whatever domain you want. If you don't know what a domain name is just your site's link or your site's URL. So I have jasonkenya.com, that is my domain name. Google.com is an example of a domain name, and Amazon.com and so on and so forth. You can also change your domain suffix to .net, .org, .shop and so on and so forth, right? But .com is the most popular one. So that's all it is, right? So here, as you can see, you can add an email marketing package if you want to, right? But you can also do email marketing locally from WordPress, right? That I'll release a course on email marketing a bit later as we go into the future. You can also change the period for it, and then when you're done, all you have to do is click on continue. Okay, and when you click on continue, it's going to take you over to the checkout page. You can just have everything ready, and then you can pay for it, and then you're going to get your hosting good and ready to go. Okay, so once you get the hosting, you're going to be able to your domain will also be available, right? So once you get all of that, then you can just pay for the hosting, install WordPress, and when you've installed WordPress, we can look at starting to build our portal. Alright guys, so before we get to WordPress, so we get to start building, I just wanted to let you know that this tutorial or this video, the things we are going to be doing inside are a bit advanced. I'm not saying they are too advanced, but you may need to know your way around WordPress before you can understand some of the things we are going to do, right? And if you are relatively new to WordPress and you are now getting to know it and you want to understand it more, there's a course that I've released on my website that's going to take you from beginner to professional. And in the course, I'm going to show you almost everything. There are over 35 plus video lessons inside that's going to take you from a beginner to a complete professional. You're going to learn things like what is WordPress, what's a website. You're going to learn how to buy your hosting. And if you don't have money to buy hosting in a domain, we're also going to do this on a local host, so you don't have to spend any extra money on buying any other thing. You get to know the environment, you get to know how to build a page, how to sell products, you get to know about securing your website, caching, and then SEO, and then so on and so forth. Aside this, you're also going to get full access to a community where I myself am going to help you in case you have any problems or any struggles, not only with the course, but you have problems and struggles with your own projects. If you have any projects that you are struggling with, you can just contact me. If you take this course, you have the full access to that, and I'll help you and guide you throughout everything. So if you're interested, I'm going to leave the link in the description for you guys to take this course. And yeah, let's proceed and get back with the tutorial. Alright guys, so once you have WordPress installed on your domain, it's going to look a little something like this. Okay, so this is the WP admin section that will let you log into your WordPress dashboard, right? If you want to know how to get here, the domain you bought, right? I'm using a subdomain, so just type in whatever domain you got and type in /wp-admin at the end. Okay, and then just hit enter. Now once you do that, it's going to take you to this page. So the username you use and then the password you use, just type those two things in and then just press the login button or hit the enter key on your keyboard, and then you're in your dashboard. All right, so when you log into WordPress first, this is what you are greeted with: a backend. Okay, this is the main dashboard. So summaries of everything, your site's health, activities of plugins and themes, they're all here. Okay, some days this place can really get crowded, right? And you know, I would like if you're a beginner, it can be really confusing to you. So I want us to clear this whole side. So just click on screen options, right? And then just uncheck everything here. Okay, uncheck everything here, and then you're good. Everything will be gone. Now, before we start the video, I just want to quickly take you through everything here so that you know what it's about before we start doing serious building. Let's go to the update section. Over here, if you have any plugins or themes installed, when you need to update some, they're all going to automatically come, so you can update everything from one area or one section. You don't have to go to the areas independently. And if WordPress 2 has a new version, so you can install it, it will come over here. All right, posts. So basically, all the blog posts that you have on your sites, okay, they are going to appear here. You can create them over here as well by clicking add post or add post over here, add categories and add tags. By default, WordPress creates this default post for you, right? So it's just a hello world post, basically, nothing crazy. Yeah, then let's go to media. So every file you upload to your website, whether it's an image or it's a PDF or it's an Excel file, any file you upload is going to appear at the media library. If you want to add a media file, just click on add media file here or here. Pages. So all pages on your website, ranging from home page, about page, contact page, the normal pages down on any website, you create them over here. By default, there are these two pages here for you. All right, so you can delete them. We will delete them a bit later in the video, and if you want to add a page, you can just use this button here. Okay, let's go to comments. You know, people can comment on your posts. All right, so by default, there's this comments here. If anybody comments on any of your posts, you can come and view them. If I go here to hello world, you see we have one response. This is the comments over here. All right, let's go back. So we are going to skip these two for a while. Okay, we'll come back here a bit later. Let's go to users and let's go to all users. Okay, so basically these are all the users on your website. When you get more admissions managers and you get more applicants, they are all going to appear here as users. All right, so just keep that in your head. All right, now let's go to tools. Okay, if you know, tools are a bit advanced, but I'll try and explain it to you. If you can export some data out of WordPress, you can export pages, export posts, and many other things, and you can import them back into your website using the site importers. Over here, you can view your site's health, and here you can edit the code of your theme and of your plugin. Okay, but that's if you are like really advanced in this thing. All right, for the most part, we'll not be doing anything here. Okay, just go to settings and let's head over to general. Now over here, you can change the name of your website. I've named mine admissions portal. What's the tagline? Maybe apply for Jason University, something like this. Okay, university like this. You can add an icon for your site. You can add a site image if you want. I want to check if I can add something small, maybe my logo, but I don't think I have it here. All right, I don't have it here, but you can add a site icon on your site. It's going to change this little icon from the WordPress icon to what you want it to be. Membership, select anyone can register because we want people to register to our platform. Then the time zone, select your time zone. I'm in Accra, so I'll choose Accra over here. Then here I just want the capitals one, and then here I'll make this Sunday. Okay, the week starts on Sunday, and I'll click on save changes. So these are the changes we have to do here. Now quickly head over to permalinks, right? If you go here, we have to change this to post name. Why do we do that? If you go to this page, you see that the link here is structured using the date and then the name of the post. Okay, we don't want that. We want to keep this clean and best for SEO. So I'm going to change this to post name. So WordPress will structure the links of our posts and pages using just the name of the post, and then click on save changes. Okay, now if you go back here, or if I go back here and I refresh this page, because the link has changed, the dates, because the link has changed, this will change to not found. Let me just clear the dates from there, and I can search for the post, and as you can see, it's there without the date in it. All right, so these are all the settings we have to do here. Basically, let's head over to appearance and head over to themes. Okay, so over here, what are themes? What do themes do? A theme is basically what judges the way your website is going to look like, how you can structure all the content. It gives you some default pages for some default structures for posts and pages and products and everything. So you can change things like fonts, you can add global colors and everything through your theme. All right, theme is very important, and your site's look is going to vary based on the theme you are using. For example, if I go back to the homepage of my website over here, this is what it looks like currently. If I change this theme to this default theme over here, so let's say I activate this theme rather, right? If I come back here and then I refresh the page, you see that now the site look has completely changed, right? So it's not only the home page that has changed, but also what the default post page looks like now. So what the post looks like has also changed. If I go here and then I view it, you're going to see that now the post view too has also changed, right? So that's basically what themes are about. We're not going to be using any of these themes over here. So I will just click on it and click on delete and click on OK. You can do that for all. Click on it, click on delete, click on OK, and then you're good. You just have one. Right? You want to keep the site lightweight. So let's go to add theme. Right, the first thing we want to add is Byeee. What I've tried my best to do in this video is that we are going to try our best to use almost all free resources for everything, right? The only premium thing we'll be buying is Elementor Pro, and that's to make the job easier, right? But all the themes and all the plugins we are using, I want it to be completely free so that we don't have to spend too much money and we can get this platform up and running. Okay, so we are going to use a free theme here, which is called the Byeee theme. I really love this theme. I use it on my own personal website. It's lightweight, it's free, and it has so many features, okay? And it's just a clean theme, right? So let's click on install. When that's going to install the theme to your website, you can click on activate and it's going to activate it. Now you have to install the companion. Most themes come with these plugins or companions that help you edit the theme more and have access to more things about the theme. So we'll click on install Byeee companion and it's going to install and activate it, and then good, we are here. See, if I click visit sites now and I go here, you're going to see that now the whole look of the site has changed, right? And there's some few things we can do with our theme. We can customize it, okay? So let's do that. I will come back here and I will go to appearance. You can click on customize to customize it, or you can go here, just click on customize, you can customize it as well, right? It's not really complicated, it's not really anything crazy, right? So now there are a few things we can change here. First, this says admissions portal. We're going to leave all this for now. There are a few important parts we need to go to. Right, if this was a full WordPress tutorial, like I take you through everything here, but right now I'll just take you through the important parts. If you really want to understand it, you can just visit my course. I explain everything in detail there. Alright, so let's go to typography first. The first thing I want to do is I want to change the font to the font you are using on this site. There are many good fonts you can use for your websites: Poppins, Montserrat, Railway, Outfits, Nato Sans, and so on and so forth. But the one we'll be using here is Railway. That's going to be our base font. Just click on I understand and click on continue, and now everything is going to change, right? Then we are going to head over to colors. You want to change these two colors to our main colors we'll be using, and that is the purple color and then the blue color, right? So the purple color is this one, the blue color is this one. So I'll use my color picker, right? It's just an extension for Chrome. You can download one for yourself. I'll leave the link to mine in the description for you, alright? Now select this and I'll just copy the hexadecimal color code. I'll come back here, select this main one, then I'll paste it in here. Right, so it's automatically color one, but you can call it maybe I'll call mine global purple, something like this. Okay, then now the next one is this blue color here. So I'll do the same thing, click on color picker, I will pick the blue color here, I will copy the color code, close this, come back here, select the second color, and then just paste it in. What will I call this? I'll call this maybe global blue. Alright, so now that's done. Let's scroll down to pages. Okay, now one thing I want us to get rid of is the page title. We don't want the page title to appear on the page because it gives it this weird look, and we don't want that. Okay, for the most of it, we're building our pages with Elementor, so we don't really need this, we don't really need this complicated, like we don't really need to do much here. That's what I mean, because we'll be building our pages with Elementor. Okay, so we can publish this and then we can close it. All right, so now this is what our site is looking. It's looking a bit more cleaner than what we had before, and the font is beautiful, honestly. Right, so now that we are done installing the themes, I want us to install the necessary plugins we'll be using on our site today. So go to plugins and click on installed plugins, and over here we have these two plugins that we don't need, so we'll select both of them and we'll click on delete. Okay, and then we'll click on apply. Okay, and what it's going to do is that it's going to delete both plugins from our site. Now they are gone. Now I'll click on add plugin, and it's going to take us to the WordPress repository or the WordPress plugin repository, and now we can add our plugins over here. So the first plugin that we're going to add is a plugin that can help change what our admin or the WP admin page looks like. What that means is that, let's say if I go to a new tab, right, and I open our website, right, in /wp-admin, the page we're going to get, this is the default page, right? But if I open the one I did, right, you see that the default, sorry, let me open the wp/admin page. Okay, so if I open this page, I'm going to see that the page is different, okay, from what we have here. So this plugin we're about to get is going to change what this page looks like, right? So let me just close this real quick. The plugin is called Admin Custom Login, okay, and thankfully it's free, right? Like I said, I'm trying my best for us to use only free plugins in this. So when you find this plugin here, just click on install now. Okay, so that's the first plugin we are going to be installing. Now don't activate it just yet. The next plugin we need is ACF. Search for ACF. Okay, I will explain to you what the use of this plugin is going to be a little bit later in the course. All right, we already have Byeee Companion. So the next plugin you want to get is code snippets. We'll be using a lot of code snippets in this plugin, but I'll provide you with the code, so don't worry, you're not going to program anything yourself. This is no code. Okay, so I'm going to click on install now to install this. The next plugin we want is Elementor, right? You need a free version before you can get a pro version, right? We need a free version to work. So this Elementor, the page builder, just click on install now. Okay, and then scroll down. The next thing we need is an Elementor add-on. The add-on just add more features to Elementor. So this is Elements Kit, this plugin here. Okay, click on install now. It's the only add-on we'll be using. There are lots of very good add-ons for Elementor, but if you have all of them on your site, it can make your site slow. So just keep that in mind. Okay, the next plugin we want to get is the Just Form Builder. Okay, that's the form plugin we are going to be using to build almost all of our forms, admissions forms, login forms, and everything. So this plugin here, Just Form Builder, just install it. That's the first plugin we need. Okay, then what we need next is premium add-ons for Elementor, but we can skip that one a little. Okay, the next plugin that we are going to get is the Byeee Mail SMTP. Okay, the Byeee Mail SMTP. This plugin is the plugin that's going to make sure that all the mails that are sent from our forms to people's emails are not going to the spam folder. Okay, then the last plugin that we need to add is WP Front. So WP Front User Role Editor. Okay, now this plugin is what's going to allow us to add more user roles, like maybe admissions manager and applicants and whatever you want to your website, right? So this plugin here, very important. Okay, so just go to installed plugins. Okay, and once you head over here, you're going to see that we have all the plugins that we installed here and they are not activated yet. So what you're going to do is you're going to select everything by clicking here and leave out Byeee Companion. Okay, now click on this and click on activate. Okay, and then click on apply. Now once you do that, just give it a moment. It's going to activate all of these plugins on your website. Okay, so as you can see now, all of them have been activated and then they are all here ready to go. Okay, so the next plugin which I'm going to need is Elementor Pro, but we really don't have to install that right now. When we get there, then I'll show you how to buy it and then how to install it. Okay, so this is what we have our plugins and then we have our theme, right? So the first thing I want us to do is that I've grouped this stage into, or I've grouped this part of the video into stages, right? I'm going to take it step by step so that we can understand everything that we want to do over here. Okay, so the first thing I want us to do is I want us to add the user rules that, you know, the extra user rules that will be in the site. So to do that, you see the Byeee Front User Role Editor over here. Okay, you can just click on settings, or here you can click on rules. Okay, you can click on rules. Okay, now once you're here, these are the settings currently. Okay, just go to all rules, and these are the default rules we have on WordPress: subscriber, editor, contributor, author, and administrator, right? So let's click on add new. The first rule we want to add is an admissions manager rule. Okay, so keep that in your mind. Display name is admissions manager, right? And this should be the rule name. Leave it as this. Okay, so we want them to have a dashboard, so enable this. We want them to be able to publish post as in the applications. They are all posters. I'll explain that a bit later. Okay, then we want to have you want them to also be able to handle media files. You want them to be able to upload. They don't need to do anything at the pages or the comments or the themes or the plugins or the users. So these are, I think this is all we need for the, also forms. Yes, we also want them to be able to create and publish forms. Good. So now we can click on add new rule, and that's the first rule we've added, the admissions manager. Okay, so now it's part of the WordPress rules. Now we need to click on add new over here, and the next rule I come to add is the applicant rule here. Okay, so I'll type in applicant here, right? And then what we want them to have a dashboard, but we don't want them to do any. We also want them to have access to posts because they'll be filling in the forms and everything, right? So maybe publish posts, create posts, edit, delete here. We want all of this for them. Okay, media, we want them to be able to upload files and do a lot of things, so we can leave that for them as well. But let's go down. When we go to JSON, we're not able to also use forms as well. So these are all the things that we're able to do. Okay, so I can just click on add new row. Now we have 2 rows there. Okay, but now let's say we go to users, right? I want to create a scholarship, let's say a scholarship manager rule, okay, or an admissions manager rule. If I click on add user, we can come in and add in our own user. Okay, so let's do that first. So let's say the username, I call them JK admin. The email is required, right? So let's say I give him jasonkenya@gmail.com. First name will be Jason, last name will be Kenya. Website, we can leave that for now. The password, I want to make it 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. We'll confirm the use of the weak password. You can send the new user an email about the account if you want. The role is admissions manager. So we click on add user, right? Now this is the first user we've added, right? So let's say I go over here and I go over to new incognito window. Okay, if I come here, I can search for that for our website, right? The portal /wp-admin. Okay, and I can log in with these details for this user I've just created. So I'll name the person, the username is jkadmin, and the password is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I click on enter, and it takes me to the dashboard. Okay, so it's the same as the WordPress dashboard interface as you can see over here. Okay, but this is not the dashboard we want them to have. Okay, this is the this is not the dashboard we want them to have. This one, let me just press OK. We want them to have this dashboard here. Okay, so we are going to create this for them. Now another thing I want us to do real quick before we continue is I want us to get a security plugin, right? Because this kind of system, you need to secure it very well, because it will be logging in, you'll be handling people's data, so it's important. So just head over to this website, wpserver.com. It's the best security plugin that I've been using so far, and I even have a tutorial on my channel about it. If you're interested, I'll leave the link in the description so you can check it out. Okay, so I'll click on download, and then I'll scroll down. Okay, and here this is the link to download it. You just click on it and you can save it. Okay, you can save it to your desktop or something, right? So now I go to plugins. I want to add this plugin now, so I click on add plugin over here. Okay, then I click on upload plugin. Right now, all I can do is just click here and then drag this inside here and click on install now. Okay, so this plugin is very important. We need it to secure our websites for us, do things like, you know, have a firewall, limit the login attempts, lock out people who are trying to break into our websites and things. Okay, so click on activate plugin, and we have the security plugin ready to go. Okay, so this is all the plugins for now. Now that we have this, the first thing I want us to tackle is to change this dashboard to the dashboard we want for the user. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to create the page that we want to serve as their dashboard. Okay, so I'll go to pages and go to all pages over here. Okay, now I want to get rid of these 2 pages. First of all, let's go to bulk actions, click on move to trash and click on apply, so that it moves all these pages to trash. Right now, I'll just close this up real quick. So to add a page, just click on add page over here. Okay, let's click on add page over here. Now once it's created, you can close the block editor, come here and type in the name of the page. So here I'll type in admissions manager dashboard. Okay, this is the page I want to be the dashboard. Okay, now the template, right? If I leave it on, I'll show you something. Let's say I leave it on default template and then I publish it. It's going to take the template from the theme. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. That's taking the template from the theme, but we don't want it to have any menu. Okay, so to change that, just close this and look for template. Change this default template to Elementor canvas and then click on save. Okay, click on save. Now once you do that, if you go back to this page and then you refresh the page, you see that now it's completely blank, and this is what we want. Okay, now let's go back here. So how do we make this page here appear as a dashboard for the admissions manager? We are going to do that with a code snippet. Okay, so click on all snippets. Okay, when you click on all snippets, click on add new. Okay, click on add new. Now I'm going to call this custom dashboard for admissions manager, and sorry, that's not how I spell it, manager and applicant. Okay, now just come here and then we have to now download the snippets. Okay, but I've zipped everything into a file for you guys so that you can access it and you can gain all the snippets, and I'm going to leave the link in the description so that it will just take you to my website and you can download everything. Okay, so when you download it, all you have to do is just unzip the file, and then you're going to get something like this. Okay, So it's going to have this plugin inside and have a code snippets plugin as well. So let me just make this view to large icon so you can see this very well. When you have the custom dashboard snippets over here, just click on it, okay, and select everything inside it, and then just copy it, okay. Copy it and then go back to your go back to your main dashboard here, and then paste in the snippets over here, okay. Paste it in. Now scroll up, okay, and the first thing you want to do is that you see that we have applicants over here, right? And this says applicants dashboard, admissions manager, and admissions manager dashboard. Now to make sure this code works, go to your rules, okay, go to all rules, okay. Now head over to the two rules that you just created. This says admissions manager, that's the rule name. So make sure this rule name is the same as the rule name you have over here, admissions manager, okay. Make sure it's the same thing, just paste it in, okay. Now look for the dashboard page, the link, okay. So this is our page, the dashboard page for the admissions manager. This is the link, okay. So now you want the slug, so copy this, the slug, admissions manager dashboard, copy this slug and make sure that that's what you put in this quotation marks over here, okay. Make sure that that's what you put here, and you can add more rules. You know, when you add more rules, you can add more rules and add more dashboards for them if you like, okay. So all I have to do is make sure that this is on run everywhere, okay, and then just click on save and activate. Now once you do that, it's going to activate the snippets. If you want to check if it works, just head over to this dashboard now and then give it a refresh, okay. Give it a refresh. Now once you do that, you see that now that dashboard is gone. We have this blank page here, okay. So you can click on log out to log out, and then you are just here, this blank page, okay. So this is basically the page for admissions manager, and now we can build it and design it with Elementor, okay. The next thing I want to do is I want to quickly add in the applicants rule, okay, so that they can also get their dashboard. So what I'll do next is that I'll go to rules here and I'll click on add new, okay. I'll click on add new, then the display name, I'll make it applicants, okay. Applicants, this is a new rule. They should be able to read the wait, hold on, I think we already added this rule here, applicants. Yeah, it's already here. Sorry, that was my fault, okay. So we already have their rule here, so what we have to do is now create their dashboard, okay. So go to pages and go to all pages, okay. Then we'll click on add page. Then again, if I go to my snippets and I click on all snippets, right, and I check this code, I click on edit, right. If I check this code very well, see that here the slug is applicants dashboard. So I want it to be the same thing, so I'll type in applicants dashboard here, okay. I'll make sure the slug here says applicant dashboard. The template, I'll make it Elementor canvas, then I'll click on publish, okay. And it's going to do the same thing. So any user having the rule as applicant is now going to see, well, it's now going to see basically this page over here, okay. This page, a blank page, and that's exactly what we want, okay. So that was the first thing I wanted us to accomplish: create the user rules and create their dashboards, okay. So now that we have it done, I want us to start working on the design of everything, okay. I want us to start working on the design of the dashboard and all of that, okay. So you know, all the things that have to do with the forms and everything, we'll build the forms a bit later in the video as we progress, but I want us to get the design of the dashboards ready to go, okay. So I will close this page, I will come back here, I will close the applicant dashboard page, close this page and close this one as well. And this admissions manager dashboard, this is the first page I want us to edit. So just click on edit over here, okay, and then here click on edit with Elementor, okay. Click on edit with Elementor. Now once you do that, it's going to take you over to the Elementor page builder so that you can start building and editing the admissions manager dashboard page. Alright guys, so once you open the Elementor page builder for the first time, this is what it's going to look like, okay. So before we can start building and customizing our dashboard to get it to look something like this, we need Elementor Pro, right? That's very important. So I want to show you guys how to get it, okay. It's not expensive at all, it's very cheap, and it's like, I mean, the investment is worth it, okay. So to get, just open a new tab, just use the link in the description and it's going to bring you over here, okay, to this page. Right now, when you are here, we've obviously downloaded it for free. The place I want you to focus on is this place, okay, to pick the right plan for yourself. So the one we are going to be needing is this one, the advanced solo plan, okay, because it has the pop-up builder and then dynamic content. These are the two main things we are going to need, okay. The rest of this, we don't need them yet. So all you have to do is just click on Byeee. As you can see, it's just $7 a month, right? So that's like enough bang for your buck. That's like the only plugin we are going to be buying here, okay. So just, you know, select this plugin, okay, then all you have to do is choose a payment method, right? So here I can use my card. PayPal is not really supported in Ghana, so I can use my card. And here you're paying for it like over a 12-month span, over a 12-month basis, okay? So that's why it says $84 here, right? So all you have to do is click on pay now, okay? And then fill your details here, okay? If you have PayPal too, you can select PayPal, and then you can use PayPal rather to pay for it, okay? But in my country, I'd use the card, and then just click on pay now, okay? And then once you do that, you're going to be able to download the Elementor Pro plugin, okay? So it's going to be downloaded as a zip file onto your computer, and then once you have that, we can continue. Once you have that, we can install it. Now, once you have the Elementor Pro, like the files, I want to show you how to install it on your website, right? So before we do that, I want to like just get rid of all of these things, okay? It might be really confusing for you if you are just beginning. So let's just get rid of all of them for now. We can close this. Now I want to show you how to install Elementor Pro. So go to plugins and go to add plugin, and it should come as a zip file, right? So just click on upload plugin to upload Elementor Pro. Just click this upload plugin, click choose file, and then this is mine. So I'll open it and I'll click on install now, okay? Now once I do that, it's going to install the Elementor Pro plugin to my website, okay? That's going to give us access to many features like the dynamic tags and the theme builder and so on and so forth, and we can really use that to change or level up the total design of our website. Let's just wait for the plugin to finish installing. Alright, so now that it's done, all we have to do is click on activate plugin to activate the plugin. Alright, good. So now it's activated. So we have it here. Next thing we need to do is we need to come back to our page here. Then we need to refresh the page so that everything is like now intact. It knows that we have Elementor Pro now. Okay, so pretty much now we can start building this whole thing. Okay, so the first thing we want is this tabs. Okay, these are tabs that have different display sections. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is you have to understand the way this whole tab thing really works. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to build everything from scratch. So let's just wait for this page to finish loading. Alright, so now that we've landed on the Elementor page builder, we can get to the building process, right? The first thing I want us to bring in, if I can take you through it a little, this place has what you call the elements, right? The elements are what you're going to use to build everything on websites. Things like headings, buttons, icons, paragraphs, videos, they're all here. Okay, so these are the no-code elements that are going to use to build your whole website. Okay, these are the responsive features that can help you change the view to a mobile phone, a tablet, or a desktop. You can choose to edit pages from here. You can customize page settings from here. History, view your page structure. This is very important. I'll keep it at the side here, and so on and so forth. You get a bit more accustomed to them as we are building this thing. Alright. So the first element I want you to search for is the tabs element. Okay, the tabs element. Now there are many tabs elements over here. Okay, I want us to use this one. Okay, this is from Elementor Pro. So this tabs element over here. Okay, so select the main container here and then change the width to percentage. The reason why I like percentage width is because if the view width or the view height varies, the percentage width automatically adjusts. Okay, and I love that about it. So I'll make the width 80. Okay, the width is going to be 80, and then we want it to have some spacing from the top. Okay, so basically every element or every element or container has 3 sections: the layout, the style, and then advanced, right? An element has content, style, and advanced, and this is where you can change things about them. Like I said, you get more accustomed to it as we go along. Okay, so click this to select the main container, and then go to style. We don't need to do anything here. We need to go to advanced and look for margin. Margin is the space outside a box, and padding is the space inside a box. Okay, so you want to add some space outside to give it some spacing from the top. So release margin, give it a top margin of maybe 70 or something, and then you are good to go. Okay, now select the tabs itself, this element, the tabs. Okay, now this says home, latest applications, view admissions, add new admissions, questions and settings. So we can do all that, right? This should say it says home, right? So make this home. Okay, and then you can click on this to go to the icon library. Over here you can add any icon you want to. So maybe if I choose home, I can insert this one over here. So this is home. Okay, the next one says what? This is home. The next one says latest applications, right? So I can type in the same name here, latest applications. Okay, what do I want the image to be? I want it to be a book, right? Book. We have that here, so I'll insert it. Sorry, not the image, the icon. Sorry. The next one is view admissions. Okay, so I will click here, I'll type in view admissions. What does the the icon say? View admissions. I think it's a school. I'm not too sure. School. So I'll select this one, I'll insert it. Then I'll add another one. Okay, this says add new admissions. So I'll type it in here, add new admissions over here. So I'll type it in admissions, and then I will add in the icon, right? I think this is a plus, if I can find a plus. So this one I'll insert it in. And the next one says questions and then settings, right? So we'll add one more tab, and that should say questions, right? I will use the icon library, and here I can search for question mark. Okay, I want to make sure. Okay, so I think it's this icon rather. I'll insert it. And the last one says settings, right? So I will type in settings as the last tab. Okay, and then here I'll look for settings. Then I'll select this one and I'll click on insert. Okay, now we have all our tabs ready. What do we want to do next? We want to sort of change the direction, right? If I make it above, we have it above, before, below, this below, after this after, and this is before. So we want it to be before, like this. Okay, now we want to adjust the width of the tabs, right? So I can increase the width of the tabs so everything is on a straight line like this. Okay, then we can align the titles to the starts, to the center, to the end, right? I think starts looks much cleaner with everything like this. Okay, so we'll leave it as start. Additional settings, we can leave this here. We can go to style. Okay, now we can increase the gaps between the tabs over here. As you can see, we can edit the gaps between the tabs. Okay, this one, they look like they have quite a lot of space. So what I can do is that I can increase the gaps between the tabs, and I can also increase the distance from the content a little. Now, what's the background type? Normal. The normal background type is this color. So what I'll do is that I want to pick the color, the normal one. I'll pick the color, I copy it, I go to background type. Okay, here choose classic and choose color, and then set the color for the normal one. So this is it as it is normal. However, we want to change it to a gradient. Okay, so select gradient here. The first color should be the global purple color we've already created. The second color should be the global blue, and then change the angle to 160. Okay, so that now it starts to look like this. But you could customize the colors more, change the locations until you come up with your own satisfying gradient. Okay, active, so I want to make it the same color as the gradient. So I'll choose global purple here, global blue, and then here I'll make this 160 like this. Okay, good. Now I'll go back to normal. The next thing I want to edit is the border radius, because our tabs are rounded. So I can make mine 10. Okay, so that my tabs will become rounded. I can go to titles. Okay, sorry, yeah, titles, and then I can change something. So the font is already railway, so I'm okay with that. I want the width to be like 500. Okay, if I check here, I think as it's more bold, so I'll make it like 600, right? Then you can edit the size. Maybe I want the size of mine to be definitely less than 20, so maybe like 17, something like this. Okay, so that now it looks this way. You see, it looks quite nice. You can make this completely black as well. So maybe if they are normal, you can make them black. You see, like this. Okay, but I think that tint of ash was better. So, or well, let's see something. We can make it a little bit black, something like this. Okay, now I want the icons to possess the same color. So if I go to icon, the normal color should be like this. Okay, you can add some space in between the icon and then the text. Right, so I want maybe to be there to be this amount of space, 10. Okay, and then you can edit the size of the icon as well, but I like my icon size so far. So far we have the structure already ready. I can publish this page, right? When I publish that, I can click on this to preview my changes, and then already you can see that we have these tabs ready to go. If I go to the admissions manager's dashboard and I refresh this page right now, you see that now we have the tabs ready to go. So it's next to the tab content, right? So get excited. We're coming to get to the main building of the whole thing. All right, so let me go back here. Let me look at what I have here. So I have this this banner. Okay, so to create it, what I'll do is that I need to get a container. Okay, so I don't like using this method because it uses the atomic elements and they are a bit confusing. I'll do a tutorial on the atomic elements later so that you can understand them. But currently, I want us to stick to the normal WordPress structure. Okay, so we are going to just use this container over here. I drag it in here, and this is my container. Okay, so I'll change the width straight up to percentages. Okay, and I'm going to make the direction horizontal. Okay, horizontal, so we can have these two things side by side. Okay, now what's the next thing we need? We need to go to advanced and release the inner paddings of the container. Then we'll go to style and we want to set the same gradients here. So background type, we'll make it gradients. The first color is the global purple, second color is the global blue, and then we change the angle to 160 and then we are good. I go to border, give it a border radius of 10 so that now the whole thing is rounded, right? So I can drag another container inside and then duplicate it, because if you look at this very carefully, we have this section and this section and they are both in their separate containers. So that's what we need to do. So the first thing we need to add is a heading, right? I drag in my heading here. It says admissions manager dashboard. So I'll copy what it says here and I'll paste it in here. Okay. Now over here it's on a straight line. And yeah, it's on a straight line. So I want to make mine white for now. Okay. And I'll select this container and justify all of its content to the center. And then I'll select the main container here. This is where the structure comes in. Okay. I can use this to find my main container here, go to advanced, and then I can give it left pattern of maybe 30, right of also 30. Okay, so there's some spacing over here. I can also give it top and bottom pattern, but I will do that later. So if I publish this, I can go back to my page. Now you can see we have admissions manager dashboard over here. Okay, so it's all long and it's all stretched, and we like that part. Okay, but it's supposed to be, you know, stretched like this. Okay, so what we can do, one thing, we can increase the width of the container like this, okay, until it's evenly stretched. So I can select this container here and I can use this slider to increase the width until I have this in a straight line. Okay, I can select the main container. I don't want there to be too much spacing, so the gaps between the elements, I can release this. Okay, and I can just make the column gaps 10. So this container, the gaps between its elements, the two containers inside it, that's what we are editing over here. I hope you get what I'm saying. Good. The next thing we need is this paragraph. So what I can do is that I can search for a text editor, this element over here, and I'll drag it below. Okay, so it's drag and drop, right? It's very simple. I'll just copy this thing here, and then I will come here and then I'll right click and click on paste as plain text instead of just paste, so that it doesn't copy the formatting, right? I change this to experience, and then the text color I can make it white. Okay, and I can increase the size, so I can make this like 17 or 18. Okay, and I think so far it look okay. Maybe we can make it a little bigger, like 19. Okay, and we can make the width like 500. Okay, we can just publish this, and then once we go back to our page, this is going to be what is there. But as you can see, the spacing is a bit too much. Okay, so we'll select this container, look for gaps between elements. So that's the gaps between the two elements in the container. You can just make the column gaps like 10. Sorry, not column, row, because it's, you know, we want it to be vertical. You can make it like 10, publish, go back. When the page refreshes, now you see that the space has reduced. Okay, so this is basically what you're trying to do. The next thing we need to do is we need to add the image over here. Okay, so to add it, just select this container, and then over here there are two ways you can do this, right? But I want to show you all. Okay, so I can go to style, background type, I can choose classic, I can choose the image, right? And I can click on select files. Now I want you guys to know that in the files I give you guys, like if you extract everything, there's going to be a folder called media that has all the pictures you need inside. Okay, so yeah, so if I go back to my page here, I can click on select files, right? I can just go to my desktop and then look for it. So I can head over to the folder, I can go to media, and then I can choose the hero image, this one. Okay, but I can do one thing. Instead of just uploading one thing, let me upload all, right? So I'll use Control on my keyboard to select every image like this. Okay, and I'm going to upload all of them. So this one is already uploaded, so I'll just select it. Then we have the image there. Okay, so the position, we can make it centered. Display type, you can make it cover, so that everything is there. Okay, and I can select this main container and I can increase the minimum height. Okay, so that everything extends, right? I can increase the minimum height, and then I can do another thing. I can add in more paddings, right? So if I make the top padding 50, right, if I come here, our image touches the bottom, right? So probably if I publish this, it will show, but this is not the most ideal way, right, of doing it. Although like it works, okay, as you can see, we have it like this, we have it showing, it works, but I don't think it's the most ideal way of doing it. Okay, if I grab this container, everything is centered, right? So let me take away the top padding, and I can just publish it for now. Okay, here we have some more top padding as well. So this works, but it's not the most ideal way to do it. I want to show you the most ideal way to do it. So I can select the container, right? What I'll do is that I'll just delete the background. Okay, I'll add in an image rather. Then I'll just drag in the image inside here. Okay, so yeah, I can choose the image I want, this hero image here. Okay, and then I can select it. Right, now we have our image ready to go. So I can select this container. Okay, the first thing I want to do is go to layout and then make sure that it's at the end. Okay, make sure that the image is aligned to the end, and this also aligned to the end. So then I'll select this one, make sure that there is no padding on it. Select this container to I release paddings. Select this container to I go to advanced, then I release paddings. Okay, so I can take the full size, go to the image, okay, and then go to choose image. Okay, now make sure, sorry, not here, go to image resolution and make sure it's on full. Okay, so that the full image is being displayed, and the width, make sure this is 100, both the normal width and the maximum width, make sure they are all 100. Okay, and I go to admissions manager dashboard and I see that our image is here. One thing that strikes me is that this page is a bit like shorter, it's like our width is a bit long, right? So to change that, I will go here, right, layout, the percentage, I can make it like 75. Okay, then I can click on publish. Okay, so now when I go back, then the page refreshes. Now we have something a bit shorter. Okay, so all we have to do next is maybe work on the height of the container, right? If I increase the height, you see that now things are getting more, you get it, more adjusted, right? I go to this page, you see that now the height is better. Okay, if I can do one thing, I can make this, I think, okay, everything is fine. So now that we have this here, we have the first part of the dashboard ready to go. Okay, now we need these things over here. We need these things over here. So how do we build them? When I'm building something, I like to break it down. I see that there's a main container which has 4 containers inside, right? With the 4 containers, there's a container inside that is, you know, horizontal. That's why these two are side by side. And then there's inside this container, there's a number here. Okay, so how do we do that? First of all, we need to click the plus button and drag in a container below this one. Okay, below this one here. So if I put it here, it will come below. But if I put it here, it's like it doesn't align correctly. Okay, I want it to be below this one. So how do we do that? We can use the structure to just fix everything. Okay, so what will I do? I'll select this. Okay, where do I want the container to be? If I have identified everything very well, this is my container here. I want this one to be below this one. Okay, I want this container to be below this one, so I can just drag it below, and here it is below it, as you can see. Okay, so what next? I can release paddings. Okay, and I'm going to make it horizontal. Now I want to grab in 4 containers, so I drag one in. Okay, and I duplicate it. I duplicate again, and I duplicate again till I get 4. Now what do I want to do? I want to make sure that the colors are similar to what I have here. So I'm going to pick the first color. Okay, the first color, I'll pick this one and I'll just copy it. Okay, and I'll come back here. Now in our main container, just release the spacing between the 4 and make it like 10, for example. Okay, then you can select the first one, go to style, go to background color, classic, and then just paste this in. So this is your first color. Border radius can be 10. Okay, so we can pick our second color. Now I pick this color, I copy, I go back to my page, I select this container, I go to style, background type, I select classic, and I can just paste it in. Border radius, I give it 10. Okay, I can go to the next one here. I can use this to pick the color. I can select this color here and I can copy it. Okay, let me just quickly close this. I don't need this. Then I'll just go back to my page, go to style, background type, select classic, paste in the color, So I don't think I copied it. Right, I'll just come here and I'll copy the color. Okay, yeah, I think I did. I'll paste it in again. Border, I'll give you a border radius of 10. Alright, then this is the last container we have to do. I'll click on this, pick the color, select the color here, copy it, go back, go to style, go to classic, give this color here, and then make the border radius 10. Okay, so now we have everything ready. Okay, what's the next thing we need to do? We need to add in these different fields. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is that I will release the paddings, okay, for all of these individual containers so that they can have as much space as possible inside them. Okay, so because I come to fix inside with content, right? So we need them to have as much space as possible, and I'll release the paddings for all of them, right? So the first thing I want to add in is another container, right, whose paddings are also released, and I'll make horizontal. Okay, now what's the next thing I want to do? I want to add in a heading and then an icon inside it. Okay, a heading and then an icon. So if I select this container, for example, right, this is the main one. I can open it up and then I have this. Sorry, this is the main container here. I can open it. This is the main one. This is the second container inside. So this first container here, the layout, it is vertical, but the second one here is horizontal. Okay, so what's the first thing I want to do? I want to add in a heading. Okay, the heading should say what? Total applications, right? Yeah, so I'll make it say total, but here I'll add an HTML self-closing tag for break, and I'll add in applications here so that the applications can go to the next line. Okay, now I'll make the color white, and then the size I can really work on it, make it like 20 or something. Okay, the next thing I want to do is I want to add an icon beside it. So I'll type in icon, I'll drag this icon element beside it like this. Okay, what does this have? User. So I'll type in the user icon here, make sure I get this one, and I insert it. I change the color to white, and then the size too, I can work on it. Maybe I can increase it a little, something like this. Okay, now this container here, I can select it. I need to edit some things here. I can center all the contents, go to advanced, give a top pattern of maybe 10, for example. Okay, now what's the next thing I want? I want there to be a short code, okay, below this thing, right? This is going to be a short code because it's a short code we are going to use to display. So I may put it down here. It's a short code we are going to use to display the numbers and things over here. Okay, so this is going to be a short code. Okay, then the main container here, which is this one, right? I'll just give it a small bottom padding of like 20. Okay, so now that I have this done, I want a similar style in all of them. Okay, so I'll copy this container and I'll right click and I'll paste it in this one, paste it in this one, and paste it in this one as well. Okay, I'll copy the short code too. Okay, then I'll paste it in all of the individual containers, because we'll also type short codes in all of the individual containers here. Okay, then this container, for example, right, I'll give it a bottom pattern of 20. I'll do the same for this one, right? I'll give it a bottom pattern of 20. Then the last will be for this one, right? The main one here, I'll give it a bottom pattern of 20. So we have 20 bottom patterns for all. So if you want to change the text, all you have to do is select this, right? I can type in pending with a self-closing tag break, and I can type in applications like this. Okay, and then I can change this. So maybe I want this icon to be newspaper, right? I can select this, I can insert it, and I can just click on publish, right? Now once I do that, if I go back to my page and I refresh, you see that now I have this beautiful block ready. Okay, but another thing is the total spacing is not enough, so I can give it total spacing of 20. Now all I have to do is just copy this container, right, and right click and paste the style on all of the containers, so that everything just automatically takes the style, and we're not now come to do it for the individual containers. Okay, so if you want to change the headings and the icons, you can do that yourself. I'm really trying to save as much time as possible. Okay, and this is already taking long enough, so I published this, and now the top, all of them have spacing, so we'll add in the short code later to display the details. Okay, The next thing we want to do is we want to create this area or create this section, right? To do that, we need another container below everything here. Okay, so all we have to do is just drag it. Sometimes this thing gets a little bit challenging. Okay, so if I bring the container, I'll bring it here. Okay, then I want it to be below. Let me close all of this up. I want it to be below. Let me select this so I can view the main container here. Okay, so I want it to be below this one. Okay, so to do that, let me go back to my main here. Okay, this is it here. So I'll scroll down and then I will drag this, right? I'll drag this below here. Wait, it didn't go. Hold on. Let me drag it on top rather. Okay, so now it's here. I can just quickly bring it below, and then now it's where I want it to be. Okay, so I can publish this and I have the container ready to go. All right, so what we have inside? A calendar and then this. Okay, so it's clear that the main one has to be horizontal. Then we can release the paddings. Okay, go to the plus button, add in another container, and then right click and then duplicate so we get 2. So we want the calendar. Okay, now this plugin is a plugin that I made myself. Okay, I sat down and programmed this myself, and I'm going to give it to you guys for free in this video so that you can also get a beautiful calendar on your dashboard here. So to get it, just go to plugins. Okay, go to plugins, and then when you are there, click on add plugin. Okay, click on add plugin over here. Then just click on upload plugin, click on choose file. Okay, and it should be in the files I gave you, JK Modern Calendar, right? So just click on it and click on install now, and it's going to install the plugin onto your website. And then click on activate plugin, and then that's basically it. Okay, so now if you want the plugin to display, you just need to like type in the short code, right? So I'll go over here, I'll search for short code and drag it inside this container, right? And then just type this here, just JK calendar. Okay, once you do that, it's going to bring the calendar to your site. So just click on publish. Okay, and once you do that, if you go back to your page, you see that now the calendar is now here and it's looking very beautiful on our website. Okay, and we can go back to today, customize the dates, and then we can come back to normal. Okay, so this is what I have for you guys. I hope you guys like it on your site, and it's free. Okay, so we go back here, release the patterns for this container so that I can be right by the edge. Okay, then the next thing we want to add is we want to add this sorry, let me close this up, these quick access buttons over here. Okay, so to do that, we will come here. Okay, come to this container, release the paddings, and I think the main container as well, we can release the gaps. Okay, because it's not that we don't need that much space. Okay, so we go to add elements, right? We go here, we add this one, then we duplicate. Okay, to get 2 containers. Okay, because if we break down the structure, we have 2 containers which are horizontal with 2 other containers inside them. Okay, so we can select this main one and just bring everything to the center. Okay, select this, just release the paddings, make sure it's horizontal. Okay, and then instead of doing the same for this one, we can just delete this one and then just right click and then duplicate this one to get same thing, right? Then the next thing we need is to add in like this container inside the main one. Okay, so what does it have? It has a heading and then an icon. Okay, so how do we get that? We have to add in, first of all, we add in a container inside, then we duplicate. Okay, so that we can get 2. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to start editing the color. Okay, so if I select this one, we want the, like, first of all, you see that it has a border radius and a color of white. So if I select this, I want the color to be white. I want the border radius to be 10. Okay, then we add in a box shadow because it has a shadow. Okay, we can make this a bit lighter so it's not too distinct over there. Right, then I'll just release the paddings inside. One thing I can do is that I can copy this and I can just paste in the style. Okay, for this one, it's going to get the same style. We don't need to suffer much, right? So I want to make sure that this is a horizontal container. And the next thing we need to add is we need to add in the animation. Okay, add in the animation. So to do that, go to advanced and then look for transform. Okay, and then look for offset, okay, and then make sure it's on hover rather, then look for offset and then make the offset y10, okay. So when you hover, it goes down like this, okay. Then you can just copy it again and just like paste the style for this one too, okay. So I don't think we copy the right container. Let me copy this one, okay. Right click, I paste the style here, okay. So now we have both containers like this. Wait, hold on, let me right click and then paste the style here rather. Good, now we have both containers like this. So what's the next thing we need? We need to add in the icon, okay. So the first thing to do is to add in the icon inside this one. So change the view from default to stacked, okay. Then change the icon itself to plus, okay. Look for the plus icon here, just insert it in, and then the primary color, make it the purple color. Then customize the size, make it a bit smaller, okay. And then we can do one thing, right? This container, we can justify its content, align its items to the center, okay. Then what do we want next? We want a button that says add admission. We want text that says add admission, right? So I'll put this here, I'll type in add, then I'll add in the break tag and I'll type in admission like this, okay. Then I will go here and then the size of this, I'll reduce it to like maybe 23 or something, okay. Then I can just select this container and I have to add in some paddings, right? But I can do one thing, I can just find the content to the center as well, so that everything comes to the center. Then I can come to my page here and I can view what everything is looking like so far. So here we have this here, but you see that our tabs have now gone down. We don't want that, okay. So to fix it, just select the tabs themselves and then justify them way to the start, okay. Justify them to the start. Click on publish, okay, and then go back just to make sure that they are the stats, okay. Good, because that's what we want them to be. Now this add admission button needs some editing, right? So to edit it, I will look for its container. I'll go to advanced. We need to add some padding because here everything looks a bit crowded. So I can give it top padding of 20 and bottom padding of 20. I can publish just to make sure that it looks good, right? Just to make sure that it looks good. Over here on my site, I think it's quite similar, alright. So what's the next thing we need to do? We need to make duplicates of this. So what I'll do is that this container, right, I'll delete it. Then I'll just duplicate this one till I get 2, okay. Then this second container that we created at the bottom, I'll delete it. And I'll just duplicate it till we get another set of 4 like this, okay. Then what you want to do is that I want to create this style. So this should be blue, this should be yet. So to change it, just come here, right, and then I'll change the text. If you want to change the text, select the text and I'll make it manage, and I'll add a self-closing tag here, admissions, like this. Then I'll select this icon, right. I'll go here and I'll make it it says book, so I'll look for book like this, insert it in here, go to style, make sure the hover secondary color is transparent, okay, so that there's no hover for the icon. Or you know what, you can also keep it as white, right? So when we hover is the same thing. Then we'll head to normal, primary color, make it the blue, and then publish. This is how you can change it for each one. Okay, so if I go back and it refreshes, now we have this side ready, okay. So we need to add some spacing, and to do that, right, we have to select this container here, okay. Gaps between the elements row, can make it like 30 is too much, like 25, okay. We can publish it, so that when we publish it and we go to our admissions dashboard, so that now they have some nice spacing between them. Then we have this section ready to go, okay. So one more thing I want to do is that I want to select the whole container itself, go to margin, release the margins, give a top margin of -15, right? So -15. So everything goes a bit more upward, okay, because now it's quite below, okay. So that now it's something like this, right? So that's good. So the next part we have to build this part next, okay. So let me show you how to do that. Come to your dashboard and then click on the plus button here. Then just scroll down and look for a heading, okay? Because over here, what we have is a heading here. So I will drag a heading below, or yeah, below here, okay? But it's going to enter this container. Like I said, this is why this thing becomes important. You can use it to navigate your way out, okay? So if I put it here, it enters this container. And then I just want them to all be, so one thing I can do is that I can drag it on top of this one, okay? I can just close this and then drag it below like this. Now it's here. So what I'll type inside is view latest applications, okay, like this. So I'm done with that, right? Good. So the next thing we need to build is this section, okay? But these sections will be displayed when we have our Scholar applications ready, and then so on and so forth. So we'll just build a design for these sections, and then I'll show you how to actually do them, okay? So let's go to this first place, and yeah, to build this, let me just look at it once more. Okay, let's go click on this, go to the plus button, and then search for the element container, okay? I want us to use this one, so just drag it inside here. And then the color, right? Color, go to style, go to background type, select gradient, okay? And the first color you can select purple, the second color is the blue, and then the angle is 160. Like you can play with this thing, okay, to get sorry, excuse me, to get a desired gradient, okay? Let's go to border radius. I'll make it 10. The next thing, we have these three here. So the first thing I will drag in, I'll close up my atomic elements a little bit. First thing I'll drag in is a heading here. Okay, and it says view latest application. So I can copy this, go back and just paste it in here. Then I will go to style, I'll make the color white, right? And then the size can be like a bit big, like 36, it's not bad. Then we want this one, right? This one is a paragraph. So I'll drag a text editor below. Okay, then I'm just paste the text that I've copied inside the text editor like this. Then I'll go to style. I did say experience. There's a C here. I'll go to style and I'll change the color to white. Okay, and the size you can increase to like 18. Then the last thing we have to do is add a button, and I'll add that below here. Okay, below we'll link this button to where it's supposed to go to later. Okay, the button says manage application, so we'll type it in here like this. Then I'll scroll down. What's the background color for the button? White. Right, what's the text color? We'll make it black. Then the padding will be like 15, okay, for all sides. And the border radius will be like 10. Then we can select the main container inside here. Go to advanced, go to padding, give it top padding of like maybe 20, let's say 30 south, bottom of 20, left of 30. So all of them have 30 apart from right. And then I think that's good enough. It looks quite similar to what we have here. Okay, let me just go and let's preview what it looks like in a new tab. See, if I click here, you see how this is what it looks like. Okay, and it looks really calm. So let's go back. The next thing is for the admissions, and then to add new admissions, questions, and then customize it. And then it's all a similar thing, right? So I will copy what is here. I'll come to here, I'll right click, and then I'll just paste it in. Okay. Now here says view latest application. This should say view admission. So I can do view view admissions like this. Okay, and this here can say manage admissions. Then I will copy the same thing here. I'll copy the same thing. I'll go back here to this place. Then I will just paste it in here. Okay, and here I'll type in add new admission. So I don't need this button here for now, so I can just delete it because I don't need it at this place. Okay, we go to questions, and there it says view and answer questions, right? So what I want to do is that I want the same block, this one. So I'll copy this block, go back, right click. Okay, no, I want the one with the button, so I'll copy this same one, go back here, right click, and then just paste it in. Okay, this says view and answer questions. Sorry, so I'll just paste it in here, and then this should say manage questions. Hold on, let me just delete the text from there, type it in manage questions. Okay, I'll type it right beside here. It's like it's not coming back. You just type manage questions beside it. Okay, and the last thing we want to do is customize the settings. So I will go back here, copy this, come back to this place, Right click and then paste it in here. And it should say what? Customize your settings, right? So I'll copy what it says here, come back and then paste it in here. Okay. This place should say manage questions. So I'll type in questions like this. Okay. Then I'll just publish it. And then so far so good. So I'm basically done with the admission manager dashboard for now. And this is what it looks like, as you can see. So if I log in as any admission manager role, I'm going to see this dashboard. So the next thing I want us to build is a student dashboard before we get to the more complicated parts. To do that, head over to dashboard here, okay, and then go to pages and click on all pages, okay. And here we have this applicant dashboard. So just click on edit. And then here I'll click on edit with Elementor to edit it. So quickly I want to log into the applicant dashboard for you guys to see how it looks like. So I'll log out of the admin dashboard here, okay. Then I'm going to log back in as an applicant. So I will type in the username of the applicant and the password. Alright, so now as you can see, we are logged in as an applicant. This is their dashboard, and we have to create something quite similar, right? So this is admission manager's dashboard, and then we have to log in as an applicant, right? So here is the applicant's dashboard. So we have admissions manager here. This is the dashboard. Let's go and edit it. So I will head over to dashboard again. Okay, I'll go to dashboard. I'll go over to pages, click on all pages. Then the applicant dashboard is here. So I can just click on edit with Elementor. Okay, and it's going to take me to the Elementor page so I can start editing my applicant dashboard. Okay, so here we are. Right, so the first thing I want to do is that we don't have to now rebuild these tabs again. Okay, we can just copy them and paste them. Right, so what I'll do is that I'll go back here, okay, then I'll search for tabs. I'm not going to copy all the tabs, okay, I'm going to just copy the style. So I'll search for tabs, this particular one, and I'll drag it in here. And when it appears, all you have to do is go back to your admission manager dashboard, just right click and copy. Okay, right click and copy it, and then come back here and right click and then paste style on these tabs. Okay, so I'm coming, sorry. Right click and copy it, and make sure that you are on the tabs here like this, and right click and then hit paste style, and then everything is going to change. Okay, so I want to do some similar settings. This is box, this is 75 width, okay, percent, and this is 70 top margin. So we'll do the same for here. Okay, make sure this box, this on percentage, so this becomes 75, and then we go to advanced and give it a top margin of what, 70, so that it's quite similar to what we have here. Okay, now if I go to the applicant's dashboard, see that this is the style, this is the design we have here. Okay, so how do we integrate it here and make it like, how do we build this? Okay, so the first thing is we need our heading. Alright, so that's the first thing I see there. We need a heading. So the heading will be here. It says home dashboard. Alright, so I'll come back and just paste this in here. Okay, what I can do is that I can actually work on the size. I can send it to something like let's say 15 or something. Okay, I'll make it significantly less bold, so like 500 works. And then I will I'll look for the color, right? The color. So the color can be like ash. Okay, ash. Good. Now, what's the next thing? We need to build this part. Okay, so how do we do it? First thing is we need to get a container. Okay, so I'll search in container. Okay, I'll drag it right below the, it should be in tab 1. So I'll click tab 1. Okay, tab 1 is the first thing, and then I will search for container. Hold on, there should be one here, and I can just drag it below the heading here like this. Okay, then I'll select the main container. I'll release all paddings for the main container so everything can touch. Okay, then this container, I'll go to style, then I'll give it that same gradient that we've been giving like everything since. Okay, so this one is blue, right? And this is 160. Okay, so I'll make the border 10, border radius 10. Okay, and then so far it should be horizontal, right? Because there are things on the horizontal like this. Okay, so first thing we want to get is a heading, right? Heading. So I'll type in heading, and then I'll let it come somewhere. Sorry, the first thing we need is another container. Sorry, another container, because they'll be in 2 parts, so 2 containers, right? So I'll drag this here, I'll right click and duplicate to get 2. Now I have 2 containers. Then I can go and look for my heading. Okay, and I can drag it in here. So how do we get it to display the person's username here? Okay, how do we do that? It's something we can do using Elementor Pro. So here, just clear all the text from here, delete everything. Okay, click outside and then click on dynamic tags. Okay, that's what I'm going to use to show it. And then here, just look for user info. Okay, type user info. Here's the username that we have. Okay, so I will click on this field, choose username, and I'll go to advanced. Okay, before I'll make it say hey with a comma and a space, right? Hey with a comma and a space. Then after, I'll let it display this emoji, right? So I can put after there. And the fallback, if you can't get the person's username, you should just type in applicant as a fallback over there. And that's how you do that. So any page you go to, this is like what it's going to look like, right? So select this container, just follow the content to the center so that this comes to the middle. Then you can make this thing white, okay? And you can make it like a bit bigger, like 40, okay? Because we want them to know that they are really welcome, right? Then I can copy this. This is it's basically what is here, right? So what I'll do is that I'll copy what is here and I'll just paste it below. Okay, we don't need to struggle or suffer too much. All right, then we have to create some buttons, these buttons, right? So I'll show you how to do the buttons in a minute. But first of all, I want us to get this rotating animation over here. It's called a LOT or a LOT file. Okay, a LOT file. So to get it, just go to a new tab and type in lotfiles.com. Okay, I'll make sure to leave the link in the description for you guys so that you can also get yours. Okay, now we want some free animations. How do we, or where do we look for the free animations? You can search for some here. Okay, and you can also search at the top here. You can go to products. Okay, and then you can look at all of, you can click on free LOT animations here. Okay, then you get a lot of free ones. So the animation we're looking for is a kaleidoscope, right? I'm really not sure how to spell it, so I'll try my best. Okay, kaleidoscope, like this. I hope the spelling is correct, really, because if it isn't, that'll be a very big problem. Okay, and instead of free and premium, you can just make this free, like this. Okay, once you do that, I'm going to find this kaleidoscope over here. This is the one we want to use. Big credits to Monica Miller because it's really beautiful. Okay, we'll select a kaleidoscope here, and then we'll click on asset and embed. Okay, asset and embed. So far, this is the information. We'll get it at a frame rate of 30 FPS with this resolution. Okay, and it's normal. So it's all good. You can just click on edit to edit it. Okay, I'll just click on edit to edit it. Make sure that you have an account. Okay, if you don't have an account, you can't access this. We don't need to edit it. Sorry, just click on this to open it rather. Okay, and make sure you have to be logged in. Like I said, you have to have an account. You have to be logged in before you can access some of these things. Okay, so we'll come over here, and then there are many ways you can export this. Okay, asset.lot or lot JSON in JSON, right? So how do we want ours? First of all, we have to go back and look for lot, this element, and then drag it inside here. Okay, now we can upload a lot with a JSON file, a JSON file, right? So I'll select this one and I'll download it, right? So this is our kaleidoscope, and I'll save it. Okay, it will be in the files that I'll give you guys, for the websites, but I want to just show you how to download yours. Okay, so just click on this to upload, click on enable. Okay, and then what you can do is that you can drag in your kaleidoscope over here, right? Then click on select. Okay, once you do that, the kaleidoscope should come here, it should appear. I'll just click on publish. Okay, if I publish it and I preview it, it should be there. Let me preview my changes. Alright, so over here the lot file is not showing, and this thing I wanted to show you guys that sometimes these errors come about where when you put the image here, it doesn't really work, or it doesn't really show. Okay, some days you could also try the external URL method. Right, you could go back and look for the handoff or look for like the embed code here. Okay, and this is the assets link here. Okay, if you scroll down to, you see that there's an embed link and then there's an embed URL as well. Okay, so you could copy it and then you could come back here. Okay, and you could try it. If you paste it in, you could see if it will upload. But sometimes so that doesn't always work. So what I do is that I look for HTML. Okay, when this doesn't work, I look for HTML and I drag it there. Okay, then I delete whatever I have. Then I go back here and I look for the embed HTML. Okay, I just copy the code. I come back to my applicant dashboard, right? And then I look for this section. Then I just paste in the code here. Okay, once I do that, the kaleidoscope always comes and it always shows. And I wonder why it does that. It's quite annoying, but we'll just take it like that. Okay, because sometimes you realize that you would want it to come with the animation, because if you use the lot element, it comes with some settings you can customize, right? but then this is what we have currently, so we have to manage it, right? Okay, so the first thing is I really want the size to be bigger. So instead of 200, we can make it like 4. The height like 400, right? The width too can be like 400. Okay, that makes it a little bit too big. The width can be like 350. Okay, the height too can be like 350, right? So if I save this, for example, and I go back here and refresh this, the width is going to come quite a bit bigger. Okay, so this is what we have there. Okay, we want this text to shift more inside. So what we'll do is that we can go here, go to advanced, go to padding, and give it more left padding, maybe like 30, maybe even 40, so that it shifts more, right? And then we could also increase the width of this container to work on the Lottie file. Okay, yeah, let me see here. It's quite a bit big than what we have here. Okay, so to edit, I want to bring down the size just a little bit more. So the height, we can make it like 2, let's say 70, right? The width, let's leave it as long as it is, because it's nice when it's long like that, when it's wide like that. Sorry. As you can see, we have our animation here ready to go. Okay, so we have this section created with our beautiful kaleidoscope animation. What's next? This area, this setting. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'll select this container here, then I'll select the main one here. Okay, this whole section, I'll copy it, and I'll come to my applicant dashboard here, then I'll right click somewhere here and then paste the container. Okay, so that it will be, but look at where it has gone to land, right? That's not what we want. So this is what we use the structure to fix, right? So if I take this out, I will close this container here. Okay, so this is the main one, right? So I'll open it again, and then I will drag it on top of the heading like this. Okay, now that I see it, I can close this container. Then I'll just bring this one right below the heading so that it can be here, and then right below this other container too, so that it can be here. Okay, so that now we have it below. So that's what you use this thing for, to navigate your way around and get everything back to normal when things distort. Right, so over here this says accepted and rejected, right? I don't think we changed that, so this should say accepted applications, right? So let me go back, type in accepted, right? Sorry, let me go back. This is accepted. Oh, it has, yeah, it has closed my page, I think. Let me come back here. I'll click on edit with Elementor again. I think it closed my page. Let me just edit the page again. Alright guys, so it has loaded, now it's back. So let's continue. The next thing I want to get is this part. We have to build this part. And how do we do that? It's very easy, right? We just need to find a heading. Okay, a heading first. We are going to drag it like below. Okay, but I want it to be inside here. So we'll use the tabs, the structure again. Look for tab 1 and send the heading inside. Or I can open it up, right? And I can send the heading below the container like this. If the container is above, so I'll just send it below here. Now this is what discover courses, right? Discover courses. So that's what we'll type here. Then the next thing that is there is, some icon boxes, right? So to build that, look for container and drag it below here. Okay, and then make sure this is on horizontal. Go to advanced and then release all the paddings. Click on the plus button and then look for icon box. Okay, icon box. Now make sure you drag the element kit one. That's why we downloaded the plugin, right? So make sure you drag in that one and right click and duplicate, right click and duplicate, and right click and duplicate again till you get about 4 like this. All right, so the first thing to do here is to actually I found a better way we can do this, right? Instead of using 4 icon boxes, we are just going to use 4 containers rather, because icon boxes will be much more stress, right? And they waste more time. Like, I want to show you guys realistically how you can do everything in the easiest way, so that you don't have to waste much time on the unnecessary things, right? So let's use 4 containers rather. Okay, I'll right click and duplicate them so I get 4 on each. Okay, 4 on each like this. Then I'll just customize one and then I'll paste the style for all the rest. Okay, so the first thing I want is that I want the background color to be completely white, and the hover color, right, I just want it to be a little bit ash, something like this. Okay, this is even a little bit too ash, something like this when you hover. Okay, now we go to border here. Okay, and I want to make the border radius 10. I want to give it a box shadow so that it will now be able to pop out more like this. Something here. Then maybe I'll reduce this a bit more to get a good box shadow. Then the first thing I want to search for is an image, right? I want to drag in an image inside my container. And what image is that? This one, the computer engineering one. So I'll select this one, click select, then the image will be there. Right now it's a little bit too big, so we can adjust that by using the width sliders, okay, to work on the size. Then I'll look for an element heading and I'll drag that below. And what should it say? It should say computer. This looks more like computer science than computer engineering to me. So we'll make it computer science. Okay. Then the size can be like 20. Okay, 21. And then I think the width can be a bit lighter, right? Yeah, the width can be a bit lighter. So I'll make it like, let's see, 500. Okay, 500 is even too light. Let's make 600. Good. So I can center align this, and I can select this container, this one here, and I can go to advanced, release paddings, and then select paddings again. Maybe give it an all-round padding side of 20. Okay. Okay, it's like the bottom padding is even a bit small. So what I can do is that I can increase the bottom padding here. Okay. Then I can just okay, fine. Let's just duplicate them, okay, till we get 4 so that we can just edit all the ones we want to duplicate. So I'll delete this one too as well. And I'll duplicate this one for the last. And I'll delete the last one at the edge here. Good. So now we have all the 4. So I can publish this for now. When I publish this, I can just preview my page somewhere else. Once I do that, I'm going to see that the changes we have put there have come. So these are the tabs. Oh, sorry, these are the courses, right? I can give the heading here a little margin at the top to give it some spacing. If you want to change one, just select the icon, go to choose image, okay, and then choose your image here. So let's say this is what I want. I'll select it. So, and I want to change the text. I'll just click on the text. I type in maybe business administration like this, okay. I can just publish it, and once I do that, you are going to see that all the changes are going to take effect here, and that's how you can edit and then customize all the rest. Okay, so this is basically how you build this section. Okay, now what's the next section? We have my applications, view admissions, and then settings, and then have a question. Okay, so you have to do all that. So first of all, we'll select the tabs. The first one, I'll change the name from, I'll change the name to, I think it says home or dashboard. It says dashboard. So dashboard, right? The icon, I'm not sure what that is. Let me check. Pencil. Yeah, that's what it is, pencil. So I'll insert that icon here. Okay. The second one says my applications, right? So I'll type it in here at the tab title, my applications, like this. And I will use the icon library to look for maybe newspaper. This one. I'll insert it right by it. Okay. Then I'll look for admissions one here. So I'll type in view admissions, right? And then I can choose what icon I want it to be. So maybe I can look for this icon here, this one. I can insert it in, right here, insert it in. So I'll just click insert. And then this one is the last one. It says settings, right? So I'll just type in settings, settings over here. And the icon, I'll look for a settings icon, select this one, and I'll insert it in. Now we are done with most of our 4 tabs, okay? So the next thing we need is that have a question button, right? And what I'll do is that I'll just type in button and I'll drag it like below the tabs, okay? I want it to be below the tabs here. So what should it say? It should say have a question. Okay, for now, I won't link it to anywhere or anything. Okay, we'll release the paddings, make sure that the background is transparent. Sorry, the text color shouldn't be transparent. The text color should be the global blue color, but the background color here should be transparent. Then the typography, we can increase the size to like 17. Okay, and the weight can be like maybe 500. 500 is small, make it like 600. Okay, then I will add in a question mark at the end. Have a question, or maybe we should add an icon rather, because I feel like both there won't make a difference. So I'll add this icon, I'll insert it in, and I'll make it be after. Okay, something like this. So this looks much neater than what we have here. Okay, so I'll just publish this and then we should be done. Okay, so what's the next thing? We want my applications. That one, nothing is there for now, so just leave it. We want to view the admissions here. So to do that, we can come back to the view admissions on the admissions manager's own, right? We can just right click and copy their own. Come back to the applicant's dashboard. Now the view admissions place, we can just paste this in. Okay. All I have to do is just click on delete to delete the button because we don't want the students to manage any applications, right? In the settings, we can do one thing, right? We can just copy this, come back here, and then paste it in here like this. Okay, paste it in here. But we don't want the kaleidoscope animation. Here we want the settings animation. Okay, so I'm really not too sure what the name of this animation is. Let me look for settings. That's the first one I'll look for. Settings, in case it's that one. Right, and I want to choose free icons, right? Because we don't want any premium icons for now. Right, so let me try and see if I can find the icon here. I'm not really seeing it. Let's go to the second page and see if we'll see there. Let's check. Okay, I'm not really seeing it here. Let me look for gear icon rather. Right, I just want to show you guys how you can get the icons for your sites, right? So that I'll leave them in the description for you guys to download, but I want to show you how I can get them. So if you search gear, it's this one over here. So I'll click on it here and I'll just click on open. Okay, click on open, and then here we can do one thing. We could try the Lottie JSON again. Okay, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? So I can download it. This says range. I'll save it. Okay, and I'll go back to this place. Now this shouldn't be hey JSON. This should say settings. Okay, settings. So here, just clear this from here and then type in settings. Okay, then go back and then look for Lottie. Look for Lottie, and then drag it. Try and drag it below this. Okay, then we can click on this to upload the file. Don't show this message again and click on continue. Then what I want to do is that I want to upload the range here. Okay, I'll upload the range here, and then once it's done, I'll just select it and then let's see if it appears. Okay, so I've uploaded the range. As you can see, the range rather appears. Okay, but when we tried it for the kaleidoscope didn't appear. So I'm not too sure why sometimes this thing does that. Okay, so now we have the range over here. Let's go to style. We can work on the width too by just adjusting the width sliders like this. Okay, and then if you go to settings here, we want it to the play speed to be 1, start point, end point 100. If trigger is viewports, yeah, everything is fine. So we can just publish this. Okay, then we can go back to our students dashboard. Okay, when we go back here, if you visit my applications, you see that nothing is there. View admission, nothing is there. Settings, we have our setting with our kaleidoscope here. Okay, but it has made everything a bit big. Okay, so what I can do is that the first thing I'll do is I'll try and release the paddings for the whole block. Okay, I'll select this one and try and release the paddings for everything. Right, the main thing taking all the space is the kaleidoscope, is the range, right? So I can make it a bit smaller, right? So account for the size difference. I can just publish this. Okay, so that when I go back now, you're going to see that it is smaller. Okay, so we are basically done with our students dashboard. It's a bit quite simple than the admission manager's dashboard. Okay, and now we have to go to the more complicated part. So all the parts about design we are done. So what I want to do is that I'm going to clear everything from my screen so that we'll meet back at a clean dashboard interface. Then I'll take you into the next section of this video, that is creating the 2 post types that we are going to be needing. Alright, so I want to welcome you guys to this chapter of the video. So what I'm going to be doing in this chapter is creating post types. The first chapter we created our dashboards and designed them. In this chapter we're going to be creating post types, right? So before I do that, I want to explain to you what post types are. By default, WordPress does come with some post types like posts, media, and pages. Okay, and like you as a person, this kind of project that you are creating, this admissions dashboard, for example, right? Instead of storing all of the admissions and the applications and then the questions as blog posts, you could create your own post type. Okay, you could add your own post type to WordPress and store different things as them. Okay, so a post type will be like a drawer. If I go here, we have latest applications, right? So the applications are the post type, right? And then these are the posts in it. So this is the drawer, and this contains the individual records. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Questions 2 is the drawer, and it contains these individual records as questions. So instead of storing everything as a blog post, we are going to create our own post types. And in this video, we are going to be creating 3 post types. They are the admissions, the applications, and then the questions. Okay, 3. To do them, we are going to use ACF. That's why we installed it. Okay, so just hover on ACF and then go to post types. Okay, Now we have to add a few post types. The first one we want to add is the applications one. Okay, but we are going to use this to guide us. Okay, let's say I go to view admissions. Let's go to, okay, actually I don't have to do that here. Let's say I go to latest, sorry, let me log back in. Let me log back into the site. If we go to latest applications, we are going to use that to guide us. So we'll go to latest applications here, and then I'll click on, let's say, view this application, for example. Okay, and then this is what we'll use to guide us when we are creating it. Now let's go back. The plural label is going to be what? Applications, right? Singular label is application. Post type key will be application. That will be automatically filled. We don't want any categories for applications yet. Okay, you can make this I don't know how to say this word to hierarchical or whatever. Okay, it means the post type can have categories like this and tags. Okay, so I'll just enable that and I'll click on save changes. That's the first one we are going to create. It's called applications, right? As you can see, this is it. If you want to change what icon shows for it here, you can click on advanced configuration. Okay, now applications can have a title, an editor, a featured image, custom fields, but that is basically all. They can also, yeah, that's also all. That's basically all. Labels, everything is fine on labels. Visibility, it can show in admin UI menu. Okay, now what is the icon we want for it, right? I can make it this one. This can be the application icon. So when I do that, I can just save changes, and you're going to see that the icon here is going to change, okay, to this one. Now what's the next thing we want to add? We want to create another post type, but that one is for the admissions, right? So I'll call that one admissions, or maybe let me just call it scholarships. Okay, scholarships, and I'll type it here, scholarship, that's single, and then this should be that one. We can enable the hierarchical or whatever, that's it, yeah. And then over here we can add, yeah, all these things should be there. And then I can go to visibility, right? And then here I can add, maybe I can make it this, okay, this building for scholarship. And the last thing I want to add is what? Questions, right? Questions. So I'll click on create post type, okay, and I'm going to type in here questions. Okay, single should be question, post type key should be question, and then advanced configuration, you can edit whatever you want here. I can click on save changes. Okay, so these are the 3 post types we are going to be working with. Okay, so if I come over here, we have the applications post type, the questions post type, and the scholarship. Okay, so we can add new for each of these ones. But you see, there's some extra information that is going to be added, right? When they fill the application, right, there's going to be a title normally, and then some other things, right? But this is the extra information we need them to add to the application form, right? So this can vary. I'm going to show you how to create this. Okay, so let's go back. Let's say I go to ACF, right? Post types are here. What you can do is that you can add field groups to a certain post type. So that instead of just them being able to fill the name, then maybe the title, the content, and then the excerpt and the featured image, you can add more things people have to fill when they are creating this post. Okay, so I'll go to field groups. You do that over here, go to field groups, and then just click on add field group. Okay, click on add field group. Now what do you want to do? The first one says, the first one should be name. Okay, first one should be name. So the first field group should be like a text field, right? It should say full name. That's the label. Here it also appear as full name. You can click on close and add field. Okay, here we can add a title as applications field group, like this. Okay, then the next thing is what? Gender. Okay, so we could make this, search for radio button. Okay, radio button is going to make it like something you can choose from. Field label should be gender. Okay, field name should be gender. Then the choices are going to be male, male, like this. Okay, male, male. And then the default value, we can leave that. What should it return? It should return the value. So the next one is female, female, like this. What should it return? It should return the values instead, right? Good. So what's the next one we are going to add? We are going to add in a date of birth, right? So I will click on add field, and then here this should be what? This should be date picker. Okay, date picker. What should be the label? The label is date of birth. Okay, now the field name says date of birth here, and then you can customize the format you want it to display. So I'm really not too sure what that format is, but I think it looks like day, month, and year is last, right? So here year is last. I think I'll make mine like this. Okay, and the return format should be the same format here. The week starts on Sunday. Okay, then I'll click on close and add field. What's the next field we can add? The email field, right? So I'll go up and here I'll look for email. Okay, this is over here. And here the field label should also be email. Field name should be email. Then I'll scroll down and I'll close the field, right? So what's the next thing we want? We want the nationality field. Okay, but they'll be able to choose from the list of available nationalities. Now, how are we going to do that? What I do is that I go to Gemini, right? Gemini, and then I ask it to give me like, so let me just show you, right? Give me a list of all nationalities in the world, right? Then I tell it that give it to me in the formats. Then it should be something like Ghana or Ghanaian, then Ghanaian, right? So that this represents the value, this represents the label, right? So that's why I asked Gemini to give me, and I said, and then the last thing I had is that it should be 1 per line, like this. Okay, then I give it to it and then it does it for me. So what I'll do here is that I'll click on add field. Okay, and then the text, it should not be text, it should be a select field. So scroll down till you find select. Okay, and then the field label should be what? Nationality, right? The field name is nationality. Now we have to enter the choices. Okay, so I just want Gemini to finish doing all for me. Okay, as you can see, it's done. So what I'll do is that I'm going to select everything. Okay, everything to the first nationality. The first nationality at the top here. Then I'll right click and I'll copy it. I'll come here, I'll just paste it in. Okay, so that's basically it for all the nationality section. What should it return? It should return the value. Then we'll do close and add field. What's the next field? That's a passport picture, right? So a picture field. So here, just do for image. Okay, image. Then the field label should say what? Passport picture, like this, as you can see. It should be here. And what should it return? It should return the image ID. Make sure that you select it. This is very important. Okay, return the image ID. So you can add these more fields if you want. Okay, so we will add them. We are adding all of them. Right. The next one says what? Parent's name. That should be a text field, right? I'll copy this here. Okay, then I will paste it in here. Parent's name, like this, over here. Good. Then the next one is, hold on, I don't know why it gave me this name. Let me just delete this from there. I'll type it myself. Parent's name. Here's where I'll type parent's name. Now click close and add field. Hold on, I'm not sure why it's giving me this title. Because the titles are important, right? So let me just create a new one. Type it myself. Parent's name. Parent's name. And it will be the same thing that's here, right? I'll click on close and add field. I'm not too sure why it's giving me this, but let's just leave it for now. Okay, parent's name. Then what's the next one? Emergency contact, right? So I'll type in emergency contacts. Okay, I'll quickly select a number from here, number field, emergency contact. I'll click close and add field. The next field I want to add is the application status field. So here it should be a select field, right? So because we want the administrator to select the application status. The field label is application status. That's be the same as the field name. What are the choices? Right, we have accepted, we have pending, and then we have rejected. Rejected, like this. Sorry, like this. So these are the different choices. Okay, we want to close and add field. What's the next one? It says program, right? So I'll ask it again. Give me a list of some university courses, right, in the same formats as the one above. Okay, so when I do that here, I'm going to make this a select field like this. Okay, so this says what? Program, right? So I'll type in program for the program you want to offer. Okay, then I'm going to do one thing. I'll copy everything from Gemini over here. I'll copy all of this. Okay, so this can be based on what your school or what your organization offers. You can paste it in here, right? Now once you're done, just click close and add field, and then we can add in the transcript field, right? So to do that, here I'm going to make this file field rather. This should say transcript, right? Transcripts, that's the field name. It should return the file ID. Okay, we close and add field. Then the next one is country, right? So here I will click on a select field here, and I'll make this country. Then I'll ask Gemini to give me a list of all countries in the world in the same format. Okay, like that. So I'll just ask Gemini to give it to me. Then it's going to do like basically everything for me, right? Hold on. Let me ask it again to do it for me. I don't know why it gave me this error. Let me ask it again. If Gemini doesn't work, ChatGPT is always there, right? ChatGPT is always there. So let's just ask Gemini to do this for us again. I'm not sure why it gave me that error. Not sure why. Okay, let me ask ChatGPT. Let's ask Chat, okay? Because I don't know why Gemini is giving us that error today. So I'll ask it to give me a list of all available countries, okay, in the format Ghana, and then Ghana. It should be one per line like this, okay? Let me just close Gemini. I don't know why it has failed me today. It's very surprising because normally it does the work very well. Okay, but ChatGPT 2 is there and it does it probably even better. Okay, so let's just wait. Now it's done. All we can do is scroll up. You can just copy this, okay? Then I'll go back and I'll paste it here like this, okay? Then I can just click on close field. What's next? Region or state, right? So that will make it a text field. Okay, so I will add a field here. And this says region or state, right? So that's what I'll type in here. Region. Okay, region or state like this. Okay, what's the field name? Region, state. Okay, we close and add field. Then we have city or town. Okay, so city or town. Town like this, city or town. Make sure this is city, town. Close and add field. Then the last field says what's residential information, right? So I will copy it. Okay, I'll copy it. I'll close and add another field. Then this should say residential information like this. Okay, over here. And then now we have to come to the location rule. So show this field group if the post type is equals to what? Application. And then all we have to do is click on save changes. Now everything is going to show here. Okay. So far these are the field groups that we need. Okay. We are going to come back here later and add another field group to the application post type. But I want us to add it when we need it so that you really understand why we're adding it. I don't just want us to do that at the start. Okay. Let's go back to field groups. I'm sorry it has taken so long, but you can, I just want to show you how to add all of them. You can customize it based on your business needs. Okay. You click on add new. If you want a full tutorial on ACF2 so that I can really understand its power, because it's a very powerful plugin, you can just leave a comment and then I'll make sure to do a video on that for you guys. Okay. So this should say, the next one should say scholarship or admissions field group. Okay, field group like this. Then we go back here. We go to dashboard. Okay. Then what's the next thing? I want us to look at what the scholarship or the admissions look like so that we can get a fair idea. So if I click on, let's say, this one and I view this one, for example, you see that we have the name, a featured image, the about, the provider, the amount, and the requirement. So these are the three things we need to add: provider, amount, and requirement. So the first thing is text, right? I'll type in provider. Okay, provider. Then I'll close and add another field, right? And this should say requirements, right? Requirements. This is the next one here. And the last one is what? We add field. It should be a number value. The last one should say amount. So how much is the scholarship really given? Amount. So that's all for the scholarship field group. We save changes. Then the last thing we have to add is the field groups for the let's see, the questions, right? So we go back to dashboard. We go back to our dashboard and then here I want us to go and look for questions. Okay, questions. And I can click on view questions to view what a single question look like. So here we have what's the applicant's name, applicant's email, and then question. Okay, applicant's name, applicant's email, and then question. So I think the only field we need to add is applicant's email because we can make this the post title and then this can be the post description. So let's click on add new field group, right? Add new field group. Then what do I want this to be? I want this to be text. Let me look again. I want this to be an email field, right? An email field. And then the field label, I can make it applicant email. That's what I'll type. Applicant email. Field name will be here. Okay, we can make this applicant email. Good. Then I will make this smaller. Then post type is equals to what? Application. Sorry, we have to make this question rather. Okay, and then I'll make sure I name this questions field group. Okay, we click on save changes, right? So that's for the questions field group. Let's go back to field groups again, and then I'll select the scholarship field group or the admissions field group, and I'll click on edit, and then I'll scroll down and show this if it's equals to what? Scholarship. Then all we have to do is click on save changes. So now we are done creating our post types. If I go to applications, for example, right, I go to all applications, I click on add new application. What you are going to see is that here we can add a title, add a description, add a featured image as well. But you see something called meta boxes, right? Over here is where we can add all these different fields we made available there, okay? But then again, students are not going to be able to add it from here. So we need to create a form, right, for the students to be able to add their details from there. And then when the form is filled, it's going to create their application as a post over here. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So in order to do that, we are going to have to start building our forms. And I'm going to show you how to start building our forms in the next section of this video. Alright, so welcome to this chapter of the video. Here I'm going to show you guys how to add all the forms we are going to need in order to build this platform for it to work very well. Alright, so the first form I want to show us how to add, or I want to show you guys how to add is the application form, right? So if you go to view admissions, right now I'm in the students dashboard. If you go to view admissions and then here I click view, right? I scroll down, I click on click here, okay? You're going to see that this is the application form, okay? If you realize this application form has almost the same values as the custom fields we placed for the application post type, right? So if I go to the application post type here, you see that, and let's say I click on add new application, right? I want to compare them like side by side, you get. If I scroll down to meta boxes here, okay, you're going to see that all these fields here is almost the same as, or is the same as all the fields we have here. Okay, so we have to do the same thing. So I want to show you how to do this thing like very well, okay, very well. So let me go back to the dashboard. So let me close this. Now to add a form, go to your Just Form Builder, okay, go to your Just Form Builder and then go to Forms, okay, go to Forms. Now go to ACF and click on Field Groups again, okay, so because we have to compare everything side by side. And I'm going to click on edit so that we can edit the applications field group. Now I've come here to Forms. Okay, what I'll do is that I'll click on Add New Form. Okay, now what's this form going to be called? Okay, here we have to give it a title. So type in applications form like this. Okay, then here select start from scratch, right? So you can leave this as current post ID. Now what's the first field you want them to fill? The full name field, right? So come over here, click on this, type in the name full name as the field here. Okay, the form field name, copy this, okay, copy this. You want the same thing here. Okay, so just copy it, come back and then paste it in this section. Okay, what's the next field we want to add? We want to add the gender field, right? So here I will search for, click on the plus button, just search for radio field and drag it below here. Okay, drag it below. So in our radio field here, let's look at that carefully. We have what these values, so I'm going to copy them. Okay, what's the name of the field? This should say gender, and here too should also be gender. Okay, now manual inputs, yes, manage items. We click on switch to bulk editor, then we paste in our values here like this. We just click on update. Okay, good. So what's next? Next is the we have date of birth. Okay, date of birth. So to do that, I'll just come here, search for a date field. Okay, you see a date field here, I'll drag it below. Okay, now I'll look over here, this says date of birth. I'll copy the field name, this one. I'll come back here, I'll type date of birth here. Okay, then I'll just paste it in here to try to be the same thing. Okay, so everything here is fine. Then what's the next thing we want? The next field is email, right? Email. So for the email field, the forms is a bit different. You search for text, right? Add a text field below here, but just make the label email. Okay, here too, the form field name should be email. Scroll down till you find field type, and here make it email. Okay, that's how you do the email field. Then you go back to this place. What do we have next? We have nationality, right? We have nationality. So this should be a check. Sorry, this should be a select field rather. So drag a select field below here. Okay, then this should say nationality. So that's what I'll type in here, nationality. Okay, I'll go back and I will copy it from here and I will just paste it in here like this. Okay, then I can do something. I can click on manage items and I can switch to the bulk editor and I'll go to my nationalities here, right? And I'll wait, hold on. We had some choices here, but it seems like they're all gone. I'm not too sure why. So let me go up, right? I'll just copy them back from here because we've already done them here. So I'll scroll up, make sure that I copy everything. Sorry, let me make sure that I copy everything from here. Good. So I just need this much. Hold on. Let me copy the text again. Good. I'll copy this much, right? Then I'll come back here and I'll just paste it in. Okay. Then I will make sure I save my changes because I'm really not sure why it just disappeared. So I'll just paste all of that to inside here. Okay. So we have this, we have it in this format like this, and it's the same, it should be the exact same thing as what is there. Okay. So if I, yeah, so that's cool. The next thing we need to do, let me make sure that the choices are there. Good. Next thing we need to do is to add a passport picture field, right? So here, so look for media. Okay, media field, and drag it below here. What I want to call this is the same name, passport picture, right? So I'll paste that in the form field name. Here I'll type in passport picture. Now this place is very important, right? Make sure here you choose any registered user. Here you click insert attachment and you make this attachment ID. This is very important for any media or field like or any media field or any file field in a form. Okay, very important. Next up is the parent's name. Okay, that one can just be a text field, right? So I'll look for text, drag it below here, then I'll type in the label parent's name. Okay, parent's name, and I can do one thing. I can look for that here, and then I can just paste it in here. Okay, the next field is emergency contact, right? So that should be a number field. Okay, a number field. I can drag that below here, and what does it say? Emergency contact, like this. Okay, so that should be the same thing. That's here, emergency contact, and I think everything here is fine. Emergency contact. Let me make sure that the spelling is the same. Then we have the application status field, but we'll leave that. We don't want it to be on the form. We don't want students to see that part. It's only the admissions manager that can like change that part, right? So we'll leave that part the way it is. The next field we want to add is another select field, right? But that is for program, right? So here I'll type in program, right? I'll click outside, then I'll click on manage items and switch to the bulk editor. Then I'll go back here, I'll scroll down, I'll select everything here, okay, and I'll just paste the same things inside here so that everything is similar or is the same. Good. Then what's the next thing I want? I want let's see, a transcript, right? Transcript field. So that's also another media field, right? Another media field here. So I'll add in a media field here. And what should this say? This should say transcripts, right? So I'll type in transcripts here. It will be the same thing as here, and then the same settings we did at first. Any registered user, insert attachment, and then when you choose attachment ID. Then we go again, we add country, region, state, residential information, and we are done. Okay, so here what I'll do is that I will let's see something. I'll add in a field for the country, right? That's a select field below here, right? So what should this say? This should say country, right? Same thing here. Manage items, go to bulk editor. Then I'll go to the countries. I'll select everything we have here. Okay, and I'll just come and paste it in here. Then I'll update. Then what are the last couple of things we have? Region, state, city, town, and then residential information. So I'll look for text field, drag it below here. Then I will copy the name. I'll paste the same name here, and this should be region slash states. Okay, region slash states. Then what's the next thing we want? We want a city slash town. Okay, so I'll drag another text field here, and this should say city slash town, right? So town, we'll type in town here, And then here we'll make sure this says city, town, right? Because I think that's the same thing that's here. Okay. Then I'll copy this. This is for residential information. That's the last field. So I'll bring it down here. Okay, and here I'll type in residential information. Okay, then that's what I'm going to paste. Sorry, that's the wrong spelling. I'll paste it in here. Okay, so now that we have all this done, we have all the required fields. Okay, that like the students are going to need to fill inside this form. So, right, so I can save a draft of this form, and then I can preview the form, right? And over here, as you can see, the form has come. Okay, the form is now displaying. We have all our nationalities here. We have the programs here, and then we have everything ready to go. Okay, so now inside these forms, there are some things called hidden fields. Okay, hidden fields are fields that we add to the form, but we don't want the people filling the form to see that we've added them, as in the name, hidden fields, right? So you know that when students fill this form, right, we want it to create a post in applications over here. So when a form is filled, it should create a post here for applications. But once that post is created, how does WordPress know who it's for? So to do that, we have to add a hidden field inside this form here so that WordPress can identify the user ID. Okay, we'll add a hidden field and we'll populate it with the current user's ID. That is the current user filling the form. So that when the application is submitted, WordPress can use the ID to determine which user that application belongs to. I hope you get me. So to add it, search for hidden field, right? And you can add it right below here. So this should say user. The field name can be something like user ID, like this. Okay. So the hidden field name here, I'll just type in user underscore ID. Then the field value, what we're going to make it what? Current user ID here. Okay. Then we'll click on save drafts. So now let's come back here. Post submit actions, right? So what happens after the person submits the post? After the person submits the form, right? Sorry. We want two things to happen. We want it to create an application form here, an application post here, and we also want an email to be sent to the user for them to know that, okay, yes, your application has been received successfully. And we want an email to come to the administrator for the administrator to know that, okay, there's been a new application on my form, or there's been a new application on my website, right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to click on new action. Then here look for insert update post. Okay, so post type, make it application if you see it here, and post status, make it pending review. All right, now the user ID, we are going to leave this for now. Okay, we come back to applications here. We have to go back to the ACF field groups. Like I said, we're going to be adding more field groups to the applications field group. Okay, but I want to add it when we need it so that you understand why we're adding it. So let's click on add field. Leave this as text. The field label should be user ID. Okay, then what's the name of it? If I go back and I check on blog, I see this the form field name, user ID. That's the same thing I'm going to put here. I'm going to save changes. Okay, so that's important. So what I'll do is that I'll scroll down, right, and I'll just copy this user ID. Then I'll come back to my page here. Okay, then over here in the set updates post, I'll make sure this is what applications. Post that should be pending review. Then user ID, we are going to select post meta. Okay, select post meta. The user ID, just paste in the same name there. Full name to select post meta. Scroll up, make sure you have this name here. Copy it and then paste it in here. Scroll down, find gender, click on post meta, and then look for this name. Copy it and then paste it here. Date of birth to do the same thing. Post meta. Make sure it's exactly this name, else we'll run into errors or run into problems, right? Email, go to post meta, and then go back here, copy this, right? Scroll down, just paste it in here. Nationality, we do the same thing, post meta. Then we scroll down, we copy this, okay, copy the name here. Then we come back, we paste it in. Passport picture, post meta, go back, copy this name, come here, paste it in. Parents name too, we do the same post meta. There's just a few more fields we have to go through. Right, but I want to make sure you guys understand everything very well before we move. Okay, so parents name, we need emergency contacts. So we come here, we scroll down, we copy this name, we paste it in program. We do post meta again. We come back and we copy it, and then we paste it in here. We scroll down again, look for transcripts, scroll down, select post meta, paste it in here. Then we look for country, right? Scroll down, select post meta, paste in the country, we look for the region states, copy it, scroll down, post meta, right? We paste it in, and then city town, we paste it in here like this, and then last but not the least, we select the residential information, and we paste it in here as post meta. Okay. So your question is, we just did this long, complicated thing. Why are we doing this? So that when the post is created, it knows that these values that I've gotten from the form, they are supposed to go and populate these fields inside the post type. Okay, that's why we do this, for it to work. Okay, so let's just click on updates. That's the next thing we want to do. Then the last thing is to, send email, right? So we want, the first one is we want to mail to the admin email. Okay, maybe not the admin email per se. Let's do custom email. Whoever you are building this for, or whoever the admissions manager is, that's the email we want it to go to. So I'll go to dashboard. Okay, then I'll scroll down and I'll go to my users. Okay, I'll go to my users. I have one admissions manager here. Okay, and this is his email. It's kenya@gmail.com. So that's the email address I put inside here. This is kenya@gmail.com. So what's the subject? The subject is maybe there's a new application, right, on your website, something like this. Okay, that's the subject. What's the from name? So what's the name that's like, who is sending this email to us? Then we call this maybe I wonder what we named the site, admissions portal, right? So that will be the form name, admissions portal here. The from email address, who is sending this email, right? So let's say the from email address, I want to use this email, jk@jsinkenya.com, right? That can be the email of the main administrator. Okay, then content type, just leave this as plain. Okay, so we can say hello, then here we can type in admissions manager, right? Here we can type there's been a new application, right, on your website, something like this, right? We can say here are the details, something like this. Here are the details, right? And then now that we have that, we can do something really cool, right? I can select the full name here. Okay, then I can type name, or so maybe this will be the name of the person, right? The name of the person. So this should say full name. Okay, it's really cool how you can get values for the form and use that to form the email. So full name, we can add some few more. Maybe we want an email field as well, right? Email field. So I can come here and I can just look for email and select it, right? And then you can add as many as you want so that they can fill the email, so that the person will know that, okay, yeah, this is what is happening on the site. Okay, so I scroll down here, and then we can also do one thing, right? We can just type in below, maybe head over to your dashboard, right, to view application, right? And then we can leave like a link if we want to inside. Okay, you can leave a link if you want to. You just need to use an A tag and then you are done. Okay, so this is what we have here. Maybe at the end we can add like good day or something, good day, right? So this is the first email we want to send. I'll click on updates, we click on new action, and then we click send email again, right? But this one we want to send it to email from submitted form field. Which field? The email field. What's the subject? The subject should be your application, right, has been received successfully, something like this. Okay, what's the from name? The from name will be admissions manager. What's the from email? The from email address is the email address of the admissions manager. Okay, so that's what we'll type in here. And then if I scroll down, we can say hello. Then here we can choose a full name, right? Your application has been submitted successfully, right? Or maybe let's say received successfully. I think my spelling is wrong, right? So I'll say visits your dashboard, right? To keep track of your application, right? Something like this. Okay, then I can just like correct all my spellings here. Okay, keep, and then here at the end I'll just type in good day, and that's all. I'll just click on update and then I click on publish. Now the form is ready to go live. Okay, so we have to test the form and then see if it's actually working. So to do that, one thing we can do is that we have to first create a user. Okay, we have to create a user on the site, but I want them to register a user as a student to register. So how do we do that? We can create another form for that here. So here I'll click on add new form, right? And what do I want the form to be? Here we can use this shortcut, register user. So here I can type in user registration form. Okay, user registration form. Here I can click on run always. Now, what do we want them to fill in here? If I go to users and I click on add user, for example, okay, add user, we see that there are some fields that they have to fill that are required. Username and email field are really required, and the password is not required. But we can let them fill all these other fields here. How do we do that? If I go back, I can click on plus button. I can add a text field, right? Text field here. Then this text field can say first name, right? So here I can type in first name. Make sure it's the same thing that's here. I can add in another text field that says last name for the user registration, right? Last name. And then maybe I can add in a password field, right? So all I have to do is search for a text field over here. I'll drag it below. And what will I call this? Password. Okay. Then I scroll down to text and make sure this is on password. Now I enable the show eye icon. Add another text field. What will I call this? I'll call this confirm password, right? And then I'll make sure this is on password here, and I'll type in the eye icon like this, confirm password. Right, that's all we can add, right? Yeah, so far so good. If I go to just form, now I need to edit this process, register user, right? So the password is what? Password field. Confirm password is confirm password field. First name is first name field, and last name here is last name field that we've done. Okay, good. So the user rule, what do we want the user to be? We want them to be an applicant. So that's what we'll select. Then we'll click on update. Okay, we'll click on update and then we'll click on publish. So this is the form we are going to use to allow users to register to our site. So now we want to test this and see if the whole system is actually working. To do that, we'll go to all pages, right? We can just add in some dummy page. Okay, so let's say I want to add a page here. Okay, I'll call this page maybe register now. Okay, register now. And then the default template, I'm going to make it Elementor full width. Okay, no, let's make it Elementor canvas rather. Okay, Elementor canvas. And then we'll click on publish. Okay, we'll click on publish. Now that we have published, we can click on view page. Okay, and this is it. So I want us to edit this page with Elementor. Now let's go back and let's make sure that during our register form process, when they are done filling the form, it redirects them to their dashboard, right after they are done. So we'll click on edit, right? Then we can click on register user. So we make sure that all of this is fixed, all of this is ready, right? So messages settings, we can leave this. Password settings too, we can leave this. User ID to form data. We can leave that too. We don't really need that. Yeah, login user after register. This is the setting that I'll do it. So it's on. Okay, we can leave and then we can come back to Elementor to edit our page. I'll just close this. Now, what do I want to add? I want to copy the design from maybe one of the pages we've already done. So I'll go to all pages, right? I'll just leave this place because I'm not doing anything there. Then I'll maybe edit the applicant's dashboard. Okay, edit the applicant dashboard. I want to copy one of the designs from there so that we can use it for our own site, right? So, like, let's just give it a moment to load up. Okay, now that it has loaded, what I can do is that I'll go here and I'll just copy this. I'll copy this section, then I'll just paste it in here. Okay, but okay, no, it shouldn't be like this. I'll add a container here like this first. Okay, then I'll rather paste in that section like this. Okay, so the container should have a top margin of like 50 so that will have some space on the top, and this should say maybe register now. Okay, register now. I select the container, I go to layout, make sure that the content is justified to the center, and I can increase the width, right? And here all I have to do is search for jet form, and I'll drag in my jet form here. Okay, then from the choose form, I'll select the user registration form from here. Then all I have to do is click on publish. Okay, click on publish, and then now our user registration form is ready. I can preview this page in a new tab, and this is our user registration form. So to make sure this is working, right, we will go over to pages, right, and we're going to try all of this in an incognito window to see if it works. So register now, I'll click on view, but I'll open link in the incognito window. that brings me here like this. So I want to register as a student, right? What's my email? My email, I'll use this one here. What's my login? JK Monies, that'll be my username. What's my first name? Yao. What's my last name? Butri, right? And my password, I'll just make it something simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then I'll click on enter. Okay. Now once you do that, it should be successful, right? But you can see that I didn't redirect us to our dashboard. It just logged us in. So that's a problem, right? So to fix that, we can do one thing. We can go to the form, right? We can edit this user registration form. Okay. Edit the user registration form so that when we click on add new action, we can look for redirect user, redirect to page. Good. So set redirect to static page. Then here we choose applicant dashboard, right? Then we click on update. Okay. We click on update. We let this run on verification. Then we click save so that anytime that they do that, that's what they'll be redirected to. So I go back. If I scroll down to users and I click on all users, you're going to see that now that user has been added over here. Okay. If I go back to view, if I go back here to our dashboard, you see that now this is us here with our, like, we have our own dashboard to ourselves now, right? And that's really good, but currently we have no applications, nothing. So let's say that we want to check if the application form works, right? So I can do one thing. I can come here, right? I can go to my applications. For now, instead of putting the applications there, I'll just add in, let's say, a form, the just form here. Okay. Then I'll choose the applications form. Then I'll click on publish. Okay. I'll click on publish. What's the first thing I want to do? I want to go back here and I'll refresh the page because I'm trying to test if the form works, right? So I'll click on my applications. What's my full name? I'll type in Yao Butri, right? Gender is male. Date of birth, month is 11. Date is 20 years, like 2008. Email, what's my email? I'll type in the same email as my email I used to log in. The nationality, I'll select GH, Ghanaian. Passport picture, I'll click on choose file. Let's say I choose this one here. Parents name, I'll select parents name here. I'll type in parents name. Let's say we can type in some dummy emergency. These are all like fake data, right? But let's type in some dummy data to see if it will work. Okay. So let's say I was always more for computer science, right? Choose file here. I can just choose any PDF that I have, right? Region or state, I'll make it Greater Accra. These are all dummy data, they're not real. Okay. I'll fill this section too. And then this side, I'll just type in some data here. Then all I have to do is click on submit to see if this thing is going to work, right? When I submit, it says success in the place here. So we have to see if it actually worked. So let's go back, right? We go back to application. There are a list of things we have to see that worked. Okay. So if you go to form records, right? You can actually check everything from here. Okay. So I can click on view, right? View. Okay. If I click on view, you see that here we have post ID. We have the form fields, right? Here we see, if we go down, we see the actions. Email was sent, insert post was created. So to actually verify if this worked, we'll go to all applications, right? Here. And then we see that we have our first application. We can click on edit to edit it. Then we can see that we have the application title. And we see that all the fields that we added were correct. Okay. So everything here has been filled. We have the user ID, residential information, everything here has been filled correctly. Okay. The only thing that I think was not filled correctly was the select fields, right? I see the accounting field wasn't filled correctly, the country field wasn't filled correctly, and then the nationality field wasn't filled correctly, right? So why does this happen, right? It happens when the information varies or the information is different. Okay, the information it thinks it's going to receive is different from the one it's actually receiving. So how do we change this? First of all, just head over to forms, right? Head over to forms and then click on edit. This is a problem that you're going to face with your select fields, right? Head over to forms and click on edit. And at the same time, you want to head over to ACF and click on field groups. Okay, field groups. And then here, click on edit to edit the applications field group. Now, if I scroll down, let me see something. Let me go back here. Okay, I'll leave this place because this form worked, right? I want to edit the applications form, right? If I scroll down and I check, the first one is nationality, the nationality field here. So this alone gives me my suspicion as to what the problem is. Okay, so sometimes, right, we need to get the country list. Okay, sometimes it really confuses between like the values and then the labels, right? What exactly should return when it's saving the form data, right? So what I'll do is that at ChatGPT, I'll just ask it to give me a list of all the countries, right? Like this, okay? That's what I'll do. So ask it to give me a list of all the countries like this, okay? Then I'm going to ask it, so these are the choices, right? Now this application form here, I'll manage the items, right? Then I'll go to the bulk editor, and here to I have to change the format. So this is what I'll do, right? I'll tell it to give me a list of all countries, right? In the format, maybe Ghana, right? There should be space, right? Not too much space. One space here, enter. So let's just hold on to chat gives us that list. All right, so now that it's done, I will just copy like this. Okay, I'll copy all these parts that much, and I'll come to this place. Okay, then I'll paste all inside like this. Okay, so here we have the countries, and then here we have them like this. Then we have to update and then save it. Okay, so we have to do the same for the, like this is nationality, sorry. We have to do the same for the country. Okay, right? Yeah, this is nationality, and I think what it's giving me here looks like countries rather, not nationalities, right? So what I'll do is that I'll copy these choices, right? I'll head over to country, and I'll rather make sure that they are there like this. I'll paste them here like this, okay? Then over at nationalities, right? I just want to confirm if they are nationalities. Okay, so these are nationalities. Wait, this looks like country, Afghanistan, Algeria. So these look like countries, right? So I have to take it out. And then close this. Okay. What I'll do is that I'll go to country here. I'll click on manage items, and then I'll go to switch to bulk editor, and I'll paste the country here instead. Okay. So all I have to do here is click on update, and then the country field has been updated. Yeah. So that's for countries. Now we have to do some for nationality, right? Nationality, because I think I confused the two. Sorry about that. So let's look for the nationality, right? So I want all the nationalities in like a list, right? So let me try and see if they can give me that here. So this is all available countries, and this is all countries with only one letter, right? So list all nationalities, right? With only the first letter capitalized, one on each line like that. Okay, so that we let chat do that for us. So these are the nationalities rather. Okay, some days on your field, it doesn't make sense having both nationality in a country field on it, but we're just trying to populate our own, so never mind. So we'll copy this as a nationality, right? Then over here, if I'm at the correct field, I'll paste it in like this. Then I'll say, okay, now in the format, then I'll choose, let's see, Ghana from the list, right? Ghana, where is it? I'm not even seeing Ghana in the list, bro. Okay, so let's see now in the format, Ghana, Ghana, like this, okay? Not Ghana, Ghanaian, sorry, Ghanaian, Ghanaian, like this. Okay, so that gives me the countries in the nationalities in this format. So over here, as you can see, it is developing all the nationalities for me, as you can see here. Okay, all the nationalities are being added. So I will wait for it to finish. I think it's done. Right here, it's done. So let's go back up. Okay, and what we'll do is that we'll copy this. Then we have the nationalities here. So I will go back to my form here, and I'll click on manage items. Okay, and I'll go to switch to bulk editor. I'll select everything. I'll just paste this in rather, and then I'll update. Okay. Now the last thing we want to do this for is for program, right? If I go back here and I scroll down, the programs are listed like this, okay, like this. So I'll tell it to, I'll just copy this, right, and I'll paste everything in ChatGPT here, and I'll just be like, give me the programs in the formats. Then maybe I'll choose zoology, right? And I'll paste it here, then a colon, then I'll paste it again, and I'll write one per line, and I'll just ask Chat to generate everything for me, and it's going to do that. Okay, so now that I think, let me just give you a moment. When it's done, all I have to do is just copy everything, right? Now I'll come back to not here, but here rather, and I'll click on manage items. Okay, Then I'll click on switch to bulk editor, and I'll just paste this in here like this. Then I'll click on update, and I'll click on save. Okay, so here, when I go back to the field group, I'll click on save changes. Now we have to see if this actually worked. Okay, so to do that, we'll head over to this place, then we'll refresh the page. Okay, once we refresh, I'll click on my applications, because that's where you put the form, right? I'll type in the name as Yabutri, gender is male. I'll type in any random dates of birth here. Okay, I'll type in my random email here. Okay, then the nationality here, I'll type in this one. Then the file, I'll choose this one here. Okay, I'll scroll down. Parents name, I'll type in any random name, type in any random number. I will choose computer science because I was more of a computer science guy right here. Then I'll click on choose file. I'll scroll down. Then I will choose any random PDF here. Okay, here I'll change it to this country. Then I'll type in any random states, any random place here, and I'll just type in some random information here. Now click on submit, right? So it should be successful, right? It should be successful. Yeah, it says success in the address bar, so everything should be successful. So to check if it actually worked, we'll go back, right? And I'm looking for this application here, right? And I'll click on edit. Let me click on this. I don't like how it's structuring them. I feel like it should be latest ones first, right? Latest ones first, but let's see, columns, dates. Let me click on this rather to see if I can change the arrangement. Like this, good. So yeah, I'll click on edit. Okay, I'll click on edit, and as you can see, we have everything's working correctly. Nationality is correct, country is correct, and then I think programs is correct. Okay, so now everything is working. We've been able to create a form. So now let's see if the emails are working too. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'll head over to my email over here. Okay, then I'll just quickly enter it. Then I'll head over to the students one that I created, and I'll enter it as well. Okay, so we want to see if the emails were sent. Okay, if the emails were sent. So this is this is not the email I used. This is the first one, right? So as you can see here, we see we have these emails from here. This is the GameMate one, let me go down and I'll go to my spam folder instead. And as you can see, it says your application has been received successfully, right? It has given us all these emails that application has been received successfully. Report not spam. The reason why it's in the spam folder is because we have not done SMTP yet. That's why. But as you can see, it has worked. We are getting the emails, right? Let me head over to the second email and see if the one for the admin has worked, or the admissions manager has worked, right? So over here at the spam, I really don't see any email here yet, right? But here I see. So the first email that's supposed to send, right? Let's go to the just form builder and check the form records, right? We are going to sorry for bringing you here. Let's check the form records. We have to make sure that everything works completely. Okay, so I click on view to view this, and I scroll down. Okay, when I scroll down, you see that the send email, the second one worked, and then the first one also worked, right? So if we check here, we see that the admissions manager to the students one has worked. Okay, but we have to look at the admissions manager to the website to the admissions manager to see if it has worked, and now we are not seeing the email over here. Okay, so that's the one that's not working, although the site says like it has worked, right? And some of the causes of these problems is if the SMTP is not like working, right? So I promise you guys that we will set up the SMTP a little bit later, but we have to make sure that all this is fine. Okay, so mail to custom email, which is in Kenya. Okay, it was a typo. I didn't type this email correctly. That's probably why it's not working. Okay, so I'll just update it and save it. Now when we send any like application, it should go to the correct email. Okay, so we have our two forms ready. Okay, so now we need another form for the scholarships, right? Because if I go back here and I click on view admissions and I click on add new admission here, you see that here people can add admissions. Okay, so we need another form to handle that part. Okay, so how do we do that? We go to forms again and we click on add new form. Right, now here I want to call this one maybe the scholarship form or something like that. Okay, scholarship form. Then I'll click start from scratch. So what's the first thing? The first thing it has here, I can close some of these pages, right? Because we don't need them. Let me close this one. The first thing it has, yeah, I can close this one too. First thing it has is name and then provider. Okay, so we have to add these ones. So here I'll type in scholarship name, right? And then I'll change this field here as well to scholarship underscore name, right? Then I'll add in another field. I'll make sure this is a text field, right? And then below here, I want to call it provider, right? Provider. So yeah, I'll type in provider. Okay, this will also change the provider. And the next thing I want to add is a amounts, section, right? So I will look for amounts. I'll type in amounts. Sorry, I'll type in text. Number field below here. Then I'll call this what amount, right? Amount, like this. Then what's the next thing to do? The next thing is to look for scholarship description, right? So that one I'll make it a what you see is what you get editor, right? So here I'll type in what scholarship description, like this, okay? And it should be the same thing that is here, okay? Now what's next? Next is requirements and then image, right? So we have to look for a text field, right? I'll drag it here. Now this should say the name or the label should be requirements, right? And the value or the form field name will automatically be filled, right? Requirements, like this. And the last thing we have to look for is a media field, right? So I'll add this here, right? This says what scholarship image, that's the name. So that's the same name I'll give it to here, scholarship image, right? Same thing here, user access, any registered user, insert attachment, and then the field value, make it attachment ID. Then just publish this form, okay? So now what's the next thing we want to do? We'll just delete the save form record for here. We don't need this. We'll click on new action, then we'll click insert update post. Here we'll choose scholarships. Post it to us, we'll make it publish once we are done. Scholarship name should be the post title. The provider should go to post meta, right? So this place we need to, let me go back to the site again. Right, there's a way you do this, to make sure you get it right, so that you don't want to see any errors, right? You have to go to the ACF and make sure that you are getting the right field names, right? So we have the scholarship field group here, so I'll click on it, edit it, okay? And I'll scroll down, we have provider here. So I'll make sure that it is as post meta as provider I'm putting here, right? Amount, I'll go to post meta, I'll make sure that I copy this here, okay? Then I'll paste it in here. Scholarship description, make that the post content, okay? Requirements should be post meta, and then we will copy this from here, and then we will paste it in here. Then the last thing is scholarship image. We'll make that the post thumbnail. Then we'll click on update, okay? Then we'll click on save. So now when they fill this form, we should add the post there. So how do we make sure this works? First of all, we have to go to our dashboard, right? Let's say admission manager dashboard, and I can click on edit with Elementor. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go back here, right? And I'm going to log out, right? I'm going to log out as a student. Okay, then I'll type in JK admin. Okay, then the password, I'll just type in my password here, like this. Okay, I'll type in my password. And then as you can see now, I'm logged in as the admin, right? So I want to add a new admission. So let's just wait for this page to load. We are going to basically put this form there, okay, so that, once the form is there, we can add like various admissions and we can add various scholarships and things, okay? So we go to add new admissions, click on the plus button, search for jet form, okay, and drag that below here, okay? Now on choose form, make sure this is scholarship form. And then we can customize this a little, right? You can go to label, right? Maybe the labels, we want them to be a little bit more bold. So maybe we can give them 600 widths. We can publish it. You can customize it a little, right? Then I can head back here and I can refresh, okay? I can refresh. Once I do that, if I go to add new admissions, the form should be here, right? So let's say I want to add in like this one, right? Let's say I want to add this one here. 2 years fully funded UG, this scholarship here, okay? What I'll do is that I'll just copy the name of it, okay? I'll come back and I'll paste it here. The provider, let's say it's Jason Kenya. The amount, let's say is 90,000, okay? Now we want a description, right? I will copy what I have here, right? And I'll right click and paste this as plain text so that it doesn't copy I can use Ctrl+Shift+V to paste it, and so it doesn't copy the formatting. You can edit it, bold in some parts and do whatever you like. Requirements, let's say laptop and internet connection, right? Then the image, let's choose a file for the image. Okay, I'm really not sure what, let's say I choose this one. Okay, and then I click on submit. Okay, so once I do that, let's say I've added this thing to the site now, added the admission. So right now he can't view it because we've not created, like, we've not edited anything here for him to be able to view admissions here. We'll do that in a moment, right? But to check if it actually works or if it actually came, we'll just go to scholarship, click on all scholarship. Okay, then we'll check if it is here, and as you can see, it's here. We can click edit, right? And once we edit it and then we scroll, we see that everything is here: thumbnail, description, name, and then all these fields have been filled basically. So you know that the scholarship form is also working. Now the last form we have to create is that for the questions. Okay, for the questions. If I go back here and I can go back to the main dashboard, I look at questions. You see that here we have these questions here. Okay, these questions here. So we have to enable them to be able to edit the questions, or you get view the questions and edit them. So I click on view questions and then I go to this form builder and I click on add new form. Okay, once I'm there, I've seen that this is what the structure looks like a little. Okay, so the name will be the name of the form. Let's say have a question, right? Have a question form. This will be on the student's dashboard. Okay, so we'll click start from scratch. The first thing should be a full name, right? We want them to fill this form, so you should say full name. Let's go back here. Let's say I log out, right? I want to log in as like a student. Okay, I want to log in as a student and show you what the students fill. So let me go back to the dashboard here. Okay, I want to and then let me log out. Okay, I'll log out because this is the main project that we are trying to copy from, right? So I'll log out and then I will type in this username, type in the password. Okay, so that I can show you what the have a question part actually looks like. I click on it and you see it brings me this pop-up with full name, email, and message. So these are the fields we want them to fill, right? Full name. So here should be full underscore name, right? Then we need another text field here. So I'll search for a text field. Drag that below, right? Here will be called email. Here it will be email. I scroll down and I make this email, right? Then I'll just add in a text area field, right? Text area below here. And this will be message, right? I'll make sure here I type in message as well. So now that we have this, we can make this button. We can even make the button something like submit message. You get, So then we can publish the form, right? So far, this is what it looks like, right? But if I go back, you see that it's a pop-up that brings this here. So how do we get this to work, right? Let me just show you how to do that quickly. Just head over to Elementor, right? And then just click on editor, look for templates. Okay, look for templates. And then click on add new templates here. Okay, click on add new templates and select, you want to choose pop-up here. Okay, and I'll call this have a question pop-up. Okay, then I'll just click on create template. So it's going to create that for us. Now what I want us to do is I want us to start editing the student's dashboard again. So yeah, I'll head over to applicant dashboard, right? And here I just come here, I can close this up. Okay, and the first thing I want to search for is jet form, right? Jet form. I drag this inside here. Okay, I drag this inside here. The form I want to show is the have a question form. Okay, have a question form. Now I can edit this thing by using the structure container. Go to advanced paddings. I give it all around padding of like 40, right? And I can just publish it. Then over here, choose triggers and choose on click so that the pop-up only appears on click. Click save and close, and then you're good to go, right? Now we have to make sure some things about the form are working completely before we implement it, right? So let's go back to exit to WordPress, and then we are going to go to the WordPress like main interface. Then we go to jet form builder, we go to forms, right? Then we look for the have a question form and then we edit it. We have to make sure that one last thing works. So over here we can delete this, right? We don't want to save the record. We can add a new action and we can insert update post. Post type is what? We scroll down, we find questions. Post status is what? Published. Okay, so the full name field will be the post title. The email will be post meta, right? So what is the email over here? Well, we have to go back and make sure we know what we are using as the email field, and we have to make sure that that is correct, right? So I will go back to the website, right? because it's post meta we are using, right? So we have to make sure that everything is like matching. You understand what I'm saying? So let's scroll down. Let's find ACF. Click on field groups, and then we go to the questions field group over here. We edit it. Okay, we edit it. When I scroll down, we see this is applicant's email. So I'll copy whatever this is. I will come back to my form and I'll paste this as post meta. The message will just be post content, and then that's all. I'll update it, then I'll save it. Okay, so now the form is ready. The pop-up is also ready. So how do we get the pop-up to appear on the button, right? So to do that, just select the button and then make it dynamic tags, right? Scroll down till you find pop-up. Okay, click on this and then pop-up, just choose the one you want. So type in the one you just created, have a question. Then we are going to publish it. Okay, we're going to publish a pop-up. Now let's go back to our site and let's log in as a student and let's see if everything works. So I'll just click on the enter key here. Okay, now let's say I have a question. I click on this, it brings me the pop-up. So what's my full name? Yabuchi. What's my email? Gimmit132. What's my password? Right, I just type in random password and I click on submit message, right? Once I do that, it says success. So I go back, I want to make sure that everything is successful. All I have to do is just leave this place and then, okay, actually no, let's go back here. We need to do one last thing here. So I'll go to questions, right? I'll click on all questions. And then once I do that, you're going to see that now the question is here. If I click on edit to edit it, right? If I click on edit to edit the form, you're going to see that we have the name, we have the question, and we have the applicant's email all filled and ready to go. So what the next thing we want to do, we want to add email, right? So if I go down, I want to send an email. Who is the first person I want to send it to? A custom email, right? The email is the email address of the admissions manager, right? jesinkenya@gmail.com. So what's the subject? New question on admissions website. The from name. Let's say the from name is admissions portal. The from email address, we can just make it the email address of the administrator. Then we scroll down and then we say hello admissions manager, right? Manager like this. Then we type in there is a new question, right? Sorry, there is a new question. Then below we can type in maybe here are the details, right? Here are the details. Then we can type in the name of the person, name. So the name is what? We use this to get a name. Then we type email. We use this to get the email of the person. Sorry. We use this to get the email of the person here, right? Then we want message, right? So we type in message. Then we use it to get the message right here. Then we say what? Good day. Then here we just like use the message over here, okay? This one. Then at the end, all we have to do is just type something like good day. Okay, good day. Then we update it. Okay. Now we want to add another action for it to send another email, right? But this email should go to email from the submitted form field. This should be from the email area. The subject is maybe your question has been received, right? Received successfully, right? Question has been received successfully. What's the form name? The form name is admissions manager. So this is what will go to the students, right? And then the form email address may be Kenya, right? The email address of the admissions manager, right? Here. So we'll add that. Scroll down. What's the content? Hello, full name, right? Then we type in your question has been received, right? Good. And then we type in good day at the end, good day, like this. So we just update this, okay, so that both of them work. Then we can save it. So now we have to test if the whole thing really works, right? So what I'll do is that I'll go back here, I'll click on have a question, right? But maybe I can give it a refresh before I do that. So I click on have a question. So the name is Yabuchi, the email is Gimmit, right? What's the message? Maybe something like I hope this works, right? And I can just submit my message. And then see if this whole thing works. So I go back here, I refresh, right? If I refresh, I see that it has come over here. So this is the question. We have everything filled successfully. If I go back to the student's email and I check here, you see that it has come for the students. If I go back to the admissions manager, you see that it has come, like the messages we set up. So everything is working here. So at the question area, we have everything working successfully. Okay, so I know you guys are tired, right? But I think there's one last form we have to create, right? Just one last form, and that is this one here. Okay, we need the people to be able to edit their first name, last name, display name, and those things. Okay, so this might just be the last thing we have to do, right? The last thing we are going to have to do, and then we are done with the forms and the post type section once and for all. Okay, so let's go. I know you guys are tired, but this is the last section for this is the last thing we have to do for this section, and we'll be done. Okay, so let's go to just form builder. Let's go to forms. Okay, then we want to add a new form. Okay, a new form, and this form we want it to be an update user form, right? We want it to update user. Okay, update user starts from scratch. What's the first thing we want? You want to update the first name of the user, right? So this should be first underscore name, right? First name. Then next thing we want to update is the display name, right? Display name. So to do that, we'll just click on the plus button, right? We'll add in a text field, right? A text field. I'll drag that below here. Then I'll type in display name. Okay, display name. Then the next thing I'm going to add in is what's next over there. First name, last name, display name, profile picture. So I'll add in another text field here, right? I'll change this to last name, right? Last name, display name. Then we have to add in a media field, media. I'll drag this below here, right? I'll change this to profile picture, like this. Okay, I'll make sure this is profile. Then user access, any registered user and set attachment. We'll make this thing field attachment ID. Right, the last thing is bio or biography, right? So to do that, we'll use a text area, right? Text area field below here, and this will be called bio, right? Bio. So what do we want to happen? We'll delete this. We'll click on new action. Then we want it to insert update user, right? So we'll make it update user. First name will be to update the first name. Last name will be to update the last name. Display name will be to update the display name. Profile picture, we will come here a bit later. Okay. Biography will be to update the description. And then we will make this user rule for applicants, and then for applicants, right? So we have some errors in some fields, right? So usually user rules be skipped for the promote users functionality. Let me see something. Let me see the fields that we have. We have to select a field for user ID. A field for user ID. Okay. So to do that, we can add in a hidden field, right? Hidden field. There's a hidden field over here. And then we'll make this what? A current user ID. Right. So we'll make this update. This field should be called update user ID here. And we'll just type in update underscore user underscore ID. Then we go back to just form, we click on this update user ID here. We select user ID to update everything. First name will be first name, last name will be last name, display name will be display name. Profile picture will come and do it a bit later. And the bio should be description, right? Then we just click on update. Did it do it? Did it update? Okay, it did. Good. So what we have to do is just publish this form, right? We publish this form. We head to our applicant's dashboard, right? We go to settings. We search for jet form, right? Now you have to refresh the page for the settings to actually take effect, right? So what I'll do is that first of all, I want this form to be somewhere here, right? Not in this thing, but like below it. Sorry, that was a mistake. I want the form to be below. So you know what? I'll just use the structure, right? The structure is in tab 4, below tab 4's container, right? So I'll bring it to the top. That's the first place I'll bring it to. Then I'll close this. I'll just bring it below, right? Now, obviously I have to refresh the page before you can see the form over here, right? So what I'll do is just give the page a quick refresh so that once it's done refreshing, we can select the form. Alright, so now that it has reloaded, we'll just head over to settings, right? And then we'll click on this to show the forms, and then here we'll just choose the update user form, okay? And then we are going to publish it, right? And now that form is here displaying successfully, okay? Now that's good. So let's go back, right? This is for the applicant, right? We have to do one for the admissions manager too. So what we can do is that we can just duplicate the form, right? All we have to do is just duplicate the form, and then we are going to quick edit this one. I want to rename this to update user applicant, right? And I'll update the form. Then I'll click on edits to edit this one too, okay? And then I'll make this update user AM, admissions manager, right? So over here, just click it and scroll down. All you have to do to just make this different is scroll down through here and change the role to admissions manager, and just update the settings and then save it, and then you're done. Okay, so all we have to do next is go to the admissions manager dashboard here and then add in the form. So let's click on this to go there, and let's give it some time to load. Now that it has loaded, I'll just head over to settings here, then I'll search for jet form again, right? And I'll try dragging it somewhere down here, okay? Then I will click on this and choose update user AM, okay, this one. Now just click on publish to publish the form, and then we are good to go. So everything that has to do with the forms we are going to be creating, we have done everything for it to work, okay? So now, so what's the next thing to do? Now we have to find a way to let the student application display here, okay? And this is where a lot of the snippets we've downloaded are going to be coming into play. So I want to clear everything, and then we're going to start doing all of that in the next section of this video. So I'll see you there. Alright guys, so welcome back to this section of the video. In this session, I want us to cover some few important things that we need to do for our dashboard to work, right? So, when we were building our own, we didn't have things like the name here, the image here, and the dates here. And then we also want to make the applications start showing for the students, right? So all this is going to be done in this section, those minor things, before we move on to the next section, right? So the first thing we need to do is we need to go to our snippets, right? The first thing I want us to be able to do is to display the students' applications on their dashboard, So to do that, the first thing is just click on add new snippets, right? And in the folder you downloaded from me, look for the display student application snippets, right? And then just use Ctrl A on your keyboard or Command A, and then just copy everything, okay, from that snippet. Then you can close it. Then head over to your snippet and then paste it, right? So now you can name it something that you can remember, right? So I'll call mine maybe display students student only, right? Only applications, something like this. Then all I have to do is just click on save snippet, right? So in order for me to know, here it says usage, right? So I have to copy this short code. This is the first important thing. I'll copy the short code here. Now click on save snippets, right? Now what I can do is that I'll just go to all pages here, okay? And then I need to go to the applicant's dashboard or the student's dashboard. So I'll edit that one with Elementor, okay? Now I'll do another thing. I'll go to a new incognito window, right? And I'll open our portal again. But this time I want to log in as a student, okay? So this is what I'll type in to be able to log in as a student. I will just log in as a student so that we can start letting this thing work for us, okay? So the application should display over here. I'll just delete this form from here. Now that it's working, we don't need it to be here, all right? So let's come back to our page. Let's give the page a minute to finish loading. All right, so now that it's done, we will head over to my applications here, and then we'll just delete the jet form from here, okay? So here I'll click on the plus button, and then I'm going to search for short code, and I'll drag that short code inside here, okay? Now what I'll do is that I'll paste in this thing here, and it says, as you can see, it says no applications yet. So I'll publish this, okay? Now to see if it actually worked, I'll come back to this place and I'll just give this page a refresh, okay? I'll refresh it. I'll go to my applications, and it says no applications yet, okay? So as the user Yao Butri, I'm assuming that we created some applications at the start, right? Some applications here at the start, but they are not displaying, although they belong to Yao Butri, right? So here I think I'm trying to look for, we have the, let me check something. If I click on edits, then I scroll down here, I see that the name says Yao Butri, and then if I scroll down, yeah, this is his user ID, right? So one thing you can try is that, first of all, you can publish this, okay? you can just publish it fresh to see if it will allow this to display. So if I publish it and I go back to applicant dashboard and I just click on refresh, I can go to my applications, and as you can see, it is here. Okay, so once you submit the application, you as the administrator may have to publish it, but that will be a little tedious. So we can do something, right? Instead of, we can go to the just form builder, we can go to forms, so that whenever they submit the applications form, it will be published automatically, so that it can now show on their dashboard. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So let's click on edit to edit the application form, right? I'll click on edit to edit it, and then I'll click on insert update post. Then I'll change the status from pending review to published. Okay, so whenever they fill this form, automatically it's published, and then they can start seeing their applications on their dashboard, right? So if I go back, I can go to the applications. Okay, first of all, if I check this one, you see that it says accepted, right? It says accepted. And if you click on view application, it's not going to take us to any proper page, because we've not built what the application page should look like. A single application page should look like this, and then we'll do that, right? So if I come back here, it says accepted. Let me go here and I can click on edit, right? So as the admissions manager, you'll be able to change the status of the application. Instead of accepted, I can make this pending. Okay, yeah, I can make this pending. I can click on save. Okay, so if I save this, I'll come back here, and then I will go to this page here, and I'll just give it a refresh. Okay, now I'll come back to my applications. As you can see, now it says pending, and the color has changed. Okay, so this is the first thing I wanted us to do. I wanted us to be able to display the student applications for them personally to be able to see it. Okay, so this is the first snippet I wanted us to add in. Now that we've added that successfully, we can add the next snippet too. Now the next snippet I want us to add is a number of application snippets, right? That's what is going to display over here. Okay, total, pending, and so on and so forth. So to get it to work, we have to come back here, look for this this is the number of application short code. Then we are just going to copy everything. Okay, we'll copy everything here. Then I'll close this. I'll come back here and I'll go to snippets, and I'll try and add another one here. Okay, this one I'll say display number of applications, something like this. Okay, and I'll just paste it in here. So this is our sorry, let me just paste it in again. This is our snippets for now. Okay, if I go up, you see that we have this short code here: admin rejected applications, and then we have admin rejected applications, admin accepted applications, and then admin independent application, and we have the total count. Okay, so I want to show you how to apply this for both dashboards. Okay, so I save my snippets, right? Then I come here. Okay, now this is going to display for the students alone. Okay, this is going to display for this short code are for the students alone. Okay, so how do we get them to where you can copy them either from the top here, or you can scroll down and then you can look at pending applications. Okay, you see the application count, then you see the pending ones. So this is the short code for the pending one, and then so on and so forth, right? So let's scroll up. We can just copy them from here. So if I drag this back, I go to dashboard, I click on this short code, right? I can just maybe look for the application count for the total applications here. I copy and I come back, and I can just paste it in here, and it should give me a number, right? It says 0, right? I come back here, I look for the pending ones, the ones that are pending here, right? I just copy them, I come to my dashboard, select this, and I paste it in for the pending one. Okay, then I go to total applications here, total applications. Then I go to the admitted, sorry, this shouldn't say admitted, this should say accepted. So change that in your code, right? Change it to accepted. Okay, this should say accepted count, and I'm going to copy that, right? Or another thing you can do is that we can also just copy them like from here. I don't know if you guess what I'm saying. We can copy the short codes from here. Okay, so this says pending count here. Okay, pending count. So what I will do is that I will copy this short code rather. Okay, this short code rather, and then I will place it here, count, so it can still be in those brackets. Okay, then we have to get some for accepted applications, right? So set applications, this is its accepted count. This is the short code here. So I will copy this here, come back to my dashboard, look for this area should say accepted, not total. So I will type in accepted here. Okay, then over here I'll just paste in that short code like this. Okay, and it should have the square brackets around it like this. Now we should do the last one. The last one says rejected, right? Rejected applications. So just to let that work, we are going to copy this over here. Okay, we'll copy this code here. Then I'll just look for my square bracket, paste this in, and then close it. Then I'll publish it. Okay, so this is supposed to be for the students. I'll have to go back and check if it works. So I'll come here and I'll refresh this page. Okay, and now it says 1 here. This has 1, this has 0, and this has 0 as well. So, and that's true because over here we have 1 pen application, 0 accepted, and 0 total. Okay, so we have to make the positions of this correct. Okay, so they shouldn't be at the edge here, right? They should be inside a little. If I check this container, it has justified everything to its center. Okay, but we have to do something about this. So if I go to advanced, I go to padding, but I can give a left padding of like 20. Okay, I can copy this and right click, paste the style here, right click, paste the style here, and right click, paste the style here. And the last thing I have to do here is just change this to rejected, right? Rejected. Then I can just save this. I can just publish this. Okay. So once I do that, if I go back here, I can refresh the page and then I can see if there's any change. So now we have them, they've shifted inside a bit more. With more padding, you can shift it to be right in line with what it's here. Okay. So the pending applications is supposed to copy these styles, but I say that the style is different. So we have to fix that. So just head over to your snippets and just head over to the pending section. Now what we're going to do is that we're just going to copy the function for the accepted one. Okay, we'll copy the function here like this. Then we'll come back here and then we'll paste the same function here, but change accepted here to pending. Okay, pending. And I'm going to change this in the brackets to also pending like this. Okay, all I have to do is now just save my snippets. I'll just save it, save and activate it. I'll go back to my page, give it a refresh, and as you can see, now everything is looking normal, right? Good. So we have to just work on the positions of the numbers a little bit more. So I will just go back here, right? And then I will look at the paddings again, right? Instead of giving it 40, 20, I'll give it like 45, okay? So that it goes inside, and then I'll just paste the style, right, on all of them, so that they all like follow that same trend, I guess. And then let's go back, and then I'll just refresh my page to see if there are any changes, and then now they look like they're in good positions. All right, so this is good. We have this for the applicant's dashboard, right? But we need to do the same for the admissions manager's dashboard. So to do that, I'll just log out here, okay, and I'll go to the admissions manager's dashboard so that we can like actually view what we are doing. So I'll just log in again, right? It's a bit annoying having to log in and log out, log in and log out, but you're the developer, right? So you have to make sure that both experiences are good. So it's necessary. All right. So I'll click here and quickly I'll just click admissions manager dashboard just to head there fast. Good. Now that we are here, I will go back to the snippets and I'll scroll down, and then here we are, the admissions manager statistics, right? So as you can see, we have the total application short code admissions manager. So we are just going to copy it here. Okay. Then I will go back and I'll click on the short code here, and then I will quickly give it, I'll type this in. Okay. I'll type this in, and then I'll go to advanced, and then I'll go to padding and give it left of like 45 because we've already learned that that's what is best, right? So the next one is pending, right? Pending applications. So I will copy the same short code here, come back, and I'll paste it in here. Okay, paste it in here. Then I'll copy here and then just paste the style on this one, and maybe on this one and on this one, so that they'll all get that pattern automatically, right? Now if I scroll down, we have the short code for accepted applications here. So I copy that and then I will just put it in here. Then we have one last one for total applications. Sorry, rejected, right? This should say rejected. So I'll type in rejected here. Then we need to enter the rejected applications short code. We can do one thing, right? I can just copy this one and then paste the same thing here, right? But instead of accepted here, I'll type in rejected, right? So just rejected like this, and it should bring the same. We could have done this from the start. I don't know why I was letting us copy it a lot. I'm sorry. So as you can see now, it works. Okay, it works. So this is the second snippet I wanted us to do. Okay, so yeah, I think let me go back to all snippets, right? Let's prepare to do the third one. All right, so for the third snippet, there are a couple of things we need to do before we do it, right? It's to get this user profile picture here and then this date here, all right? So the first thing to do is that we just head over to the first thing to do to add it is that we head over to ACF, okay, and click on field groups. Click on field groups and then click on add new. Okay, just click on add new, and then we're going to add in an image field, right? Image field. The field label is profile picture, right? That should be the exact same thing that's here. It should retain the image ID and show this show this field group if make this user form, right, is equals to, and this should be all. Okay, this should be all. Then scroll up and then yeah, just add in the group title. I'll make this user profile picture field group. Okay, let's just make it like user field group or something. User field group like this. Okay, then I'll just save the changes. So that's the first thing like you need to do. Then once you have this done, the next thing you need to do is you need to head over to the form builder, right? And then get over to forms over here. Okay, and then we are going to do this for both of these forms, right? So we are going to edit both of them. So let's just click on edit to edit both of them. And then in the update user section, scroll down and here choose user meta. Okay, you choose user meta. And here type in profile underscore picture. Should be the same as the ACF field. Okay, then just update this and then you can save it here. Okay, and then I go to this form as well and I'll do the same thing. Scroll down here, I'll use user meta. Then I'll just put in the same thing here, update it and then save it. Okay, so now that both of this is done, we can now start adding our snippets, right? So we go back here, then we go to code snippets. Okay, code snippets. Then I will click on add new, right? Add new. So this one is to get profile picture. Okay, so just go to the snippets I give you and then look for this one here. Okay, so you can copy everything, come back to this page and then just paste it in here. Okay, then just click on save and activate. Save and activate. Then you can add another one. Okay, now this should be profile picture short code. Okay, then come back to the same place here and then look at this one. Copy this one. Scroll down. Sorry, minimize those windows and then paste this in here and click on save and activate. Okay, so this is the short code here. This is the short code we are going to be using, right? So I will copy it. I'll copy it, or it's also over here, right? So I can copy this one and I'll come back here. Now the first thing I want to do is just click the plus button, add a container, right? A container here. Okay, on top here. And then I will select this one and I will do something about the top margin, right? Because it's too much. Maybe like 30 works. Okay, then we can add that big top margin for this container instead, right? And we can also change the width to 75%, right? Because that's what was for this one. We want it to be the same width, right? So make sure it's 75%. And then let's see, the next thing is to make this horizontal, right? Because over here this is all horizontal. Then we will duplicate, we'll get two containers inside it, right? So I'll drag in one container and I'll click and duplicate to get two. Then I'll make this one horizontal and then I'll go to advanced and then just unlink all the values. And over here we see we have the picture and then we have the text there, right? So to do that, I'll look for this element short code over here and I'll paste in my short code here like this. Okay, I'll paste in my short code. Then what's the next thing I want to do? The next thing is to add in this, you get this well, basically this text. Okay, so if I come back, right, we can do something. Let's go down to border. Okay, I want to see if I can give it like 50 or something, but when we display it, we'll see how that works. Okay, so I'll type here heading, okay, and it should be right beside this one here. So what does the heading say? The heading says it should be dynamic, right? A dynamic heading. So I click here and then I use the user info and here I choose the username. Okay, I think this should be username. Right, so I can say hey with a space and then the after is an emoji like this. Okay, So now that we have that ready, you can just go here to the style settings and then do something about the size, right? Because it's a bit big. So something like this is fine. And then maybe I want to make mine a blue color. Okay, no, black is fine. Black is fine. So I can just publish this for now, right? I can publish this for now. And I can click on this to preview what the page is looking like. Okay. And so far, this is what we have. Okay, so this is quite good. What I will do is that I will align this thing to the center. Okay, I'll align this text to the center. Then I'll go back and check if it comes here. Good, that's great. So now what's next? We need the dates, right? Because over here, you see we have date and time here. So how do we do that? First of all, I'll select the main container, right? And then add like very big column gaps, right? This is not even enough. Like, okay, let's change it to percentages rather. Okay, then I'll add a column gaps of like 50, so that everything is like really spaced out. All right, then okay, maybe let's make it like maybe 40 rather. Okay, then it should be horizontal as well, and it should also have release paddings. And then we can add in a short code here. Okay, a short code over here like this. Sorry, not by it, like that. Inside the container here. Good. Now, what are we going to put there? Go back to the snippet and then open this one, the date and time short code snippets here, and just copy whatever is inside and then come back here and then click on add new. Okay, so over here, I just want to type in the name as maybe date and time, right? Date and time short code snippet, something like this. Okay, and then I will just paste everything inside here. So this is the short code we'll be using. Okay, to copy that, and I will save and activate it. Okay, now once I'm done, all I have to do is come back here and just paste in the short code here, and then we have the date and time there ready to go. Okay, so if you want to edit it a little, right, you could increase the font weight. Okay, maybe like 700, right? I could work on the size. Maybe I want mine to be like 18 pixels, right? And I can save it. Okay, if I go back and I refresh this exact page, you see that, wait, hold on, I don't think I published it. Okay, let me publish it here first. Okay, so that if I refresh this page, you see that it comes here like this. Okay, if you want to style it a little, right, you can go to advanced. Okay, and you can give it some paddings. Okay, like 15 for all the sides, and then you can scroll down till you find scroll down till you find background. Okay, or border rather, sorry, border. Give it a border radius of 10 and then give it a box shadow. Okay, so that this thing comes around it, and then you can just adjust how intense you want the shadow to be. So I want mine to be somewhere like here. Okay, then I can just publish this, and beside it there's an icon of a clock, right? So you can just drag in our icon here, put it it's on top, but it should be at the side. So at the container, make sure this is horizontal. Okay, and then I will look for this icon, a clock, right? And I'll select this one. This one I think is cleaner than the one we used. Okay, then I'll just work on the size of the clock to be something a bit smaller, right? I'll align it to the center, and then I'll give it this color. Okay, I can just publish this. Okay, so that if I go back to my page, you see that now we have this here. It looks very beautiful. So we have to do the same thing for the student dashboard so as well, right? But we don't have to do the whole process again because that's very tiring. So we'll just copy and paste everything. Easy money. So just go back to dashboard, okay, and let's look for the students dashboard page. So all pages, this one, click edit with Elementor, and then wait for it to finish loading. All right, so now that it's downloading, right, we can do something. Click on the plus button here. Okay, first of all, let's work on the top margins that we gave this thing, right? We'll give it, sorry, we have to give it a top margin of like 30. So 30 first, and then we can just copy whatever we have here, like just this whole container, right? You can copy it, come back here, right click, and then just paste it in. Then the container will be brought, and it's basically the same thing for both of them. Okay, so it's basically the same thing. So we just click on publish. Okay, we click on publish, and then we can go and check if this thing actually works, right? I can refresh this page, and you see that we have this here. So let's say I want to add in a proper picture for myself, right? So I don't want to change any of this, just the picture I want to change. I click on choose file, right? Then let's say I choose this image here. Okay, I click on submit or update to update the form, and as you can see now we have the picture here. So it works. Okay, so that's the next thing I wanted us to do. I wanted us to fix this one and do this one too as well. Okay, so now for the next section in the video, we have to work on what we want some of the default application and scholarship pages to look like. What do I mean? If I go to this applications here and I click on view application, you are going to see that we have this application taking this form. Okay, this is what it looks like. So, but currently on our website, it doesn't look like that, right? If I go to the admissions manager dashboard, for example, right, and I click on preview to preview his page, I go to the latest applications. Okay, no, we have not made them display here. So let me just look at it from the back end. Okay, if I go to applications, right, I go to all applications and then I try and view, for example, this one, what you're going to realize is that it doesn't look like what we have there. Okay, and it's not only that one, also the default scholarships don't look like the way we want them to look, and the default questions too don't look like what we want them to look, and they're also all not listed. Okay, they're not listed like this and like this and like this on our admission manager's page. So that's what we are going to figure out next. Okay, in the next section, that's what we are going to do. So stick with me and I'll see you in the next section of the video. Okay, so welcome back to this section of the video. And in this section, we have to create the default pages for our applications, our admissions, and then our questions, right? So to do that, head over to Elementor and then click on the theme builder. Okay, this is one of the reasons why Elementor Pro is so great. We can use the theme builder to create any type of default page we want. Okay, so I will use this page as our reference so that we can know what we are designing. Okay, so over here, I'll select single post and then click on it. Okay, and it's going to load Elementor page builder so we can start designing it. Okay, so I'm going to design it using this one as guidance. Okay, so first things first, we want the title of the scholarship or the application, sorry, to be there. So we'll drag in post title here. Okay, that's the first thing that we want. Okay, so here I'll select percentage, right? I want this like to be like long, to me that's like 75%. Okay, and then the page too shouldn't have this menu. So we'll make the page layout Elementor canvas. Okay, that's very important so that it doesn't have this menu. And you can also change the title, right? So I want to call this default applications page. Okay, something like this. Okay, so that's the title of the page, default, something like this. Okay, and I can just, I think that's all I need to do for here. So I want to go to add my elements now. Okay, but I don't like that it's here at the top, so I'll delete this from here. I'll drag in post title. Okay, and first things first, we have to work on our own a little bit more. I think this one, I don't know, I wanted to finish this project first, so I didn't really design it best. Okay, I feel like we could do something a bit better here. So the size, I'll give it 35. Okay, and I will make this color blue. Okay, but I want to give it a little bit of a darker shade, so something like this, right? But darker, like a darker blue color, something like this. Okay, then I want to give it a top margin, okay, of 50, for example. Good, then we'll add a container. Okay, a container below this heading here. Okay, so what should this container contain? These two things. So I will make this horizontal. Okay, make this horizontal, and then I will go to background tab. I'll select classic, sorry, gradients, because this is a gradient, right? Then the color is this one. The second color is the global blue. Then we make this 160 and then we are good to go. Okay, we go to border, right? We can give a border radius of 10 for all sides. So now that we've done all this, we can add in another container, right? Yes, and then we can duplicate it to get 2. So what is the first thing we want? We want to view your application, or we'll just make it view applications, right? And that's better. So I will search for heading. Okay, I'll drag mine inside here and I'll make it view application. Okay, and then I will click on this. I will center the content, click on the heading, go to style, and then make the text color white. Okay, so that is something like this. Now we have to add in this image. So first things first, click on the plus button. You can search for image. Okay, I can drag this in here. To change the image, just click on this, and then over here you see this image here, right? So I'll click select. Okay, and then I will work on the size because it's way too big. Okay, so something like this size is fine. And then I will also increase the paddings for this one. Okay, so I will release the paddings here, give it a left of like 50 so that it goes inside a bit more, and then maybe I'll try and make it a bit bigger. Okay, so this should be view application, right? And we can do one thing, we can do something, right? We can make this, we can use some display conditions here. Okay, so this one can be view application, right? But this display condition will only, we can add a display condition here. So display this when the role of the user is what? Admissions manager. We can save and close for this. Okay, then I can right click and I can duplicate this, right? And here I can add in view your application, something like this. Okay, your application. And I could even decrease the, let me publish this first and make sure that the sizes are the same. So just click on publish, right? And then what you want to do is you want to click on add condition and then include and look for applications, or, and then just save and close. So this is what will tell Elementor or tell WordPress that all applications should take this form. Okay, I click on this to view it, right? And then currently we don't have the buttons displaying here for now. Okay, so because we are not the admissions managers rule. Okay, so if I go back to maybe this page, I can refresh it. Okay, but we can't see any for now. So let's change the heading size. Okay, I want to make this a bit smaller for the students, so it should be something like this. Okay, then I'll go to advanced. So this should be display conditions. The role should not be admission manager, the role should be applicant. Okay, so that applicants will see this, admission managers will see this. We can click on publish. Now what do we want to do next? We want to add these little like details. Okay, we want to add these little details inside. So I scroll down. The first thing I want to do is I want to add in a container here. Okay, a container below like this. Okay, then I'll release all the paddings, and there are 3 columns inside it. So this should be horizontal. Okay, then we click plus button. Then we can look for the element container. Okay, we'll add it and then we duplicate it to get 3. Okay, 3 of them. So what's the first thing we want to do? The first thing we want to do is work on this section, right? So I can click the plus button and I can search for heading, right? I'll drag it inside here. What's the first thing I want? I want it to say name. Okay, name. Then I want the size to be quite small, like 20 is fine. And then I want the width also to be smaller, so like let's say 600, right? Then I can do another thing, right? I can wait, hold on. Okay, it's like it's bolder, so I can make it 700. Okay, and let's say I will use the same color here for this one like this. Okay, then I'll look for heading again and I'll add another heading right below this one. So what's the difference? Well, this one is going to contain the name, so we are going to use the dynamic tags. Okay, and we are going to select ACF field here, and then here I'll click on key and you will choose full name under the applicants field group. So just choose full name. Then what I want to do next is that I want to edit this a bit. Okay, so here you see that it has a background. Okay, so I can use this to pick the color here. I can copy this. Okay, I come back to my page, I go to advanced, I give it an all-round pattern of 20. I go to background and color, select classic, type classic, give it this color, go to border, give it 10. Okay, go to style, I'll make sure the size of this is like 22. Okay, 22 with a weight somewhere at 600, and we can publish this. So now how do we know what this is looking like in real time? Well, first of all, we can just head over to our dashboard, right? We can go to applications, all applications here, and we can view maybe this one, for example. Okay, if I bring it here, you see that they are all taking this structure. Okay, as you can see. So what's next? The next thing I want to do is I want to duplicate this. Okay, duplicate this, and then I will bring it below here. Okay, I'll right click and duplicate this one as well. Okay, and then I'll drag it below the name field here. Okay, so it's a heading. What's this one? This says date of birth. Okay, so here I can type in the same thing as the title, date of birth. Then I can come in here and I can go to this place. Key will be date of birth, and as you can see, we've done that. So next thing is email and nationality, right? So I'm not going to do all with you because I want to show you like how you can do all like individually, but I'll do the important ones with you, because if I do everything with you, it may take time and the video is already getting long enough, right? So let me do the important part with you. We have date of birth here. Okay, and then I will just duplicate this, the first column. I'll duplicate this here, and this says email, right? Email. So I'll copy this here, I'll paste it inside here. I'll duplicate this one as well, drag it below the email, and then I will select email from this field here. last thing is nationality. Okay, so I will duplicate this heading, drag it below, duplicate this as well, drag it below. Sorry, duplicate that one as well, drag it below here. Right, this should say nationality, right? And this inside here should also be nationality, like this. Okay, so I'm coming to add the rest myself, and then you guys can also add the rest yourself. But when it gets to the important part, I'll resume and then show you guys how to do them. Alright, so I quickly want to show you how to add in a picture field over here. Okay, to do that, just come back. Okay, and I want to design our own a little bit more. Okay, I want to design our own a bit. So what we'll do is that I will add in a container. Okay, add in a container inside this one here, so that to be at the top. Then I'll make it horizontal. Okay, then the first thing I want is I want the headings inside here. So I duplicate this, right? Then I bring it inside here, and this should say passports, right? Passports with a self-closing tag BR, and you say picture. Okay, so that it's something like this, right? Then what do we want next? We want an image to be inside it here. So I'll drag in an image right beside this one here. I'll choose image. Okay, sorry, not choose image. We'll use the dynamic tags here, ACF image field, and then here we're going to use the passport picture field like this. Okay, so I go back and then I make sure that the width is like maybe like somewhere like 40, and the border radius is 50, so that it's totally curved. Okay, and I can publish this. Okay, and if you want to see how it looks like, right, we'll go back to one of our pages here. I refresh, and as you can see, this is what it looks like, but the text here has been like totally, should I say, like shrunk or reduced or something like that. Okay, so to work on that, right, we are going to select this. Okay, then we are going to make sure we are going to use the width slider. Okay, we are going to make this custom. We are going to make it long, a bit longer, like this. Okay, and I publish it. I want to check if anything is going to change with the width slider. Okay, good. So now it has changed. Okay, we can do something, right? We can make the font size of this just a bit bigger. Okay, and then we can align, justify the contents, sorry, align all the items to the center. Okay, align all the items to the center. Then we can decrease the column gaps as well. Okay, so we can make it 10 so that everything comes a bit closer and they're not too far apart. Okay, so that it starts looking like something like this. Okay, good. So now that we have that section done, we have to do the next one. Okay, so I will duplicate this heading. Okay, and I'll bring it below. I want it to be below the container. So something like over here. Okay, good. And now what does this heading say? It says parent's name, right? So I'll copy this, I'll paste it in here, parent's name, and I'll duplicate this and I'll drag it below here. Okay, now I'll quickly change this over here to parent's name. Okay, then I'll duplicate this again, drag it below, duplicate this, drag it below as well, and this should say emergency contact, right? Emergency contact, and then I'll just select this field over here, right? Good. Here, now for the application status field, we are just going to duplicate this. Okay, but we're not going to add in a text. We will not use the dynamic tags to do this because we want the color to show. Okay, and we can't do that with the Elementor for now. So what we'll do is that we're just going to look for a short code and you're going to drag it below here. Okay, just drag the short code there. We'll edit it later. The last one is program. Okay, so we'll just duplicate this. Okay, and I'll drag it below here. Okay, and then I'll just duplicate something like this one as well. I'll drag it below here. Then I'll look for program. Okay, program in this list. Then I'll duplicate this again, right? I'll drag it on top here. What does this say? This says transcripts. Okay, transcripts. So this one, instead of adding a heading, we are going to add in a button. Okay, we're going to add in a button right below this one here. Okay, now what does that button say? The button says download. Okay, just download. So we'll make it just say download. Then dynamic tags, go to ACF URL field, and here the key will just choose transcripts. Okay, transcripts. Then I can just make the border radius 10. I can edit the button a bit. Right, so maybe I can make this a gradient. I can give this the color here, make this blue, and then make this 160, something like this. Okay, I can publish this. So the button is done. Then we have to do these few more fields and then we are good. Okay, so I duplicate this, I put it somewhere here. It says country. Then I just right click and duplicate this one, drag it below. Then from the lists here, I choose country, okay, country, and then I just have to duplicate this one, drag it below, okay, duplicate this as well, drag it below the country, and then here, what does it say? It says region states, okay, so I will change this as well to region or state, okay. I'll duplicate this again, right? We just have a few more to do and then we'll be done, okay. Then I'll duplicate this one as well. It says city or town, then residential information, and then we are done. So I'll change this to city slash town, okay, city slash town, and then I'll make this city town here, and then I'll just right click and duplicate this until it says residential information, okay. So I'll type in residential information, then I'll duplicate this, okay. I'll drag it below here, and then here I'll just select residential information, then we are done, okay. So all I have to do here is click on publish and then go back to my page here, and then I refresh. They are going to see that everything has been brought in perfectly. So it's left with application status, right? Let me quickly change this to program. That's what you should see, program. It's left with application status, right? To do that, we are going to use one of our snippets to do it, okay. So over here, I'll head over to the dashboard, okay. I'll head over to the dashboard. I'll scroll down till I find snippets, okay, snippets, and I'll click on add new, okay. Now this can say something like maybe application status color, okay, color. Then head over to the snippets that you downloaded and look for this one, application status color, and copy everything, okay. Come back here and then paste everything inside. So you can scroll up to find the shortcode. This is it. We just copy it and then we save and activate all our changes. Then I go back here and then I will look for this one here, paste it in, and I just publish this, okay. So once I do that, if I head over to my page again and I refresh, you're going to see that now we have it here and it looks very good, okay. So the last thing we should do is just add some bottom margin, okay. So I can give this 50, I can publish it, and then I go back and I refresh for the last, and then as you can see, we have top spacing, bottom spacing, they are all done, okay. So this is very good. We've done the single page for the applications. So now we have to do the single page for, let's say, the admissions, right? So if I go back to our dashboard here, I click on view admissions and I click on view this one. You see that this one looks quite a bit different, okay. So we have to change what the default page for this one looks like. So for that to work, we should already have an admission in our site, right? So I'll go to dashboard and I'm going to create this one, okay, this one. So I'll copy this name, I'll go to scholarship, I'll click on add new, okay. I'll click on add new, and then I'll paste in the title. This is the title, right? The about is this one, so I'll paste it in here as the content. So who is the provider? Let's say I want it to be Jason Kenya, right? So that's the provider. I'll paste that in. What are the requirements? I will copy the requirements here and I'll paste it in here. Then the amount is like 90,000, okay, 90,000. And I can just publish this one for now, okay. Once I publish that, I can view the page, and currently it doesn't look anything close to what we want it to look like, okay. I quickly forgot we're supposed to add in a featured image, right? Currently it doesn't look anything like what we want it to look like. So I set my featured image, right? Let's say I want to choose this one, and I set the featured image, right? Good. So I save it, right? And then now we have to start editing what the single scholarship page looks like. So to do that, we have to just use the Elementor theme builder, of course. So here, click on this and then click on theme builder. That's another way you can access it, okay. Click on theme builder, then you can do single post again, okay, and you can click on add new. Click on add new. Now this one is going to be for the single admission of the single scholarship, what you want it to look like, okay. Good. So I'll close this up, okay, and I search for container, and I'll drag that in here, okay. Now I want the width of this container to be like 75, okay, 75. I release all the inner paddings, give it a top margin of 50 and a bottom margin of 50, because everything is going to go inside this container. And the first thing I want to do is search for container, and I'll drag it here, okay. Then I want to go to style, background type, I'll select classic. Then the image for the background, I'll choose the featured image of the post, okay. Then the position, I'll make it center, display size will be cover, okay. And then we are going to look at adding an overlay so that it's a bit darkened, okay. So background overlay, we'll select classic and we'll make the color black. Okay, then we can increase the opacity sliders a little bit more for it to be something like this. Okay, but right now we can't really visualize it because we've not set it up totally yet. Okay, so we go to layout, we can increase the minimum height just a little. We can go to style, go to border, give a border radius of 10 so that everything is rounded. Okay, then what's next? We need the heading, right? So post title, that's what it's going to be, right? And then we're going to make this completely white. We are going to align it to the bottom, right, end like this. But then again, we can add in some small padding at the bottom, maybe like 20 or 30 or 40, right? And then small left padding like 50, so that it will be somewhere here, like in our design. Then what's next? We need a heading. So I'll look for a heading, right? A heading here. I'll drag it below. I want it to be below the container, but it doesn't. Sorry, not tabs, heading. It doesn't look like it's going there. So in order to make it work, right? Okay, it's gone. I'll type in about admission. Okay, about admission. Then I'll look for let's see, I want to add in a heading field. Okay, it can vary. Let's see, we can even make this one a post content. Okay, post content rather, because this was the content of the post here. So post content, right? Then we can edit this a little. So background, first of all, layouts, paddings is 20. Then background, we have to make it that sleek ash color that we had. Okay, so I will choose that ash color from here, pick color. I'll choose this color and I'll copy it. I'll go back to my single post page and then I'll paste it as the background here. Okay, so what I'll do is that I'll add this as a global color. I'll call it ash. Okay, so that we don't have to be selecting it all the time. Right. Then border radius, will make this 10. So what's next? We have these areas: provider, amount, requirements, and then button. So to add them, we just need to search for a container, drag it below this. Okay, make it horizontal, then unlink all the values, right? Then we need 2 more containers inside it, right? So I'll type in container here. Now I click and duplicate till I get 2, right? And I'll release both of the paddings like this, both of them here. Okay, then what's the first thing we want? We want to copy this heading and we'll paste it below here. And what does it say? It says provider, right? So I'll type in provider. Then I will search for a heading, right? Heading. I'll drag that somewhere below here. Okay, and then I will make sure that this is a dynamic tag. What does it say? It should copy it from an ACF field. Then the key should be from the scholarship. So provider, we choose provider there. I'll check if I can copy this and then paste the style here. Will it be the same? Yes, it will. All right, so I duplicate again. Duplicate this heading. Wait, okay, for now I won't duplicate it. I will just duplicate this here. Instead of making it go downwards, I'll bring it here, right? And I'll type in amounts. Then I will copy this one as well. Copy it, paste it below here. Instead of amount, this should be, instead of provider, right? This should be amount, right? Then we will duplicate the whole thing. So I'll use my container structure to look for this one. Then I'll duplicate the whole thing. Okay, sorry. Let's look for this container here. And I'll duplicate the whole thing. And inside this one, I'll change this to requirements. Okay, requirements. And then I will change this here to I'll get rid of the heading. I think what is the apply now, right? So I'll make this apply now. Then I'll go over here and then I'll delete this from here. I'll delete this. Okay, then I'll search for button, and I'll drag this below here. Okay, now this should say click here, and for now I won't do anything with the link. Just leave that as it is for now. Okay, I'll go to the color and make it a purple color, and then give it a border radius of 10, maybe padding of like 20. Okay, good. Now all I have to do is go back and then publish it, add a condition, include all scholarships. Then I'll save it, and then I'll save it and close it. Okay, then if I go back to my page and I refresh, hold on, as you can see now we have our design here. Okay, the provider says it's thinking about the requirements. Okay, we didn't change that. Okay, we didn't change that. So requirements here, I will change the field to requirements. Okay, requirements. And everything looks a bit too big. Okay, a bit big for me. So what I'll do is that I will decrease the size of this to like 25, or let's say 20. Okay, 20. Then I'll copy this, paste the style on all of them. Okay, and this one, the size too is a bit too big, so we can do something about it. Like 30 is not bad. 30, we can change the color to something of a little bit of a dark blue, something like this. Okay, like this. Then I can just right click and copy it, and then paste the style, paste the style, paste the style on all of them. Okay, and I'll just publish it. Okay, then the last thing I want us to do is work on the width. It's a bit too long. Okay, so I'll make it 70 rather. I'll just publish this, and I'll go back to this one, refresh. As you can see, it looks much more cleaner now. Okay, so we've created a single page for our scholarship or our admissions. Now the last thing we need to do is create a single page for our questions. Okay, if I go to dashboard and then I scroll down, you see that we have questions, right? Questions here. If I click on view question, right, they look like this. They look like this rather. Okay, and if I go back to our site, our questions don't really look like that, right? I click on all questions here. You see that we have some questions here, but if I view them, if I view, for example, one, this is what it looks like, right? And we don't want to look like this. Okay, so to do about it, we have to come back here, click on this, and then look for the theme builder. Okay, look for the theme builder, right? The last thing we want to do is, hold on, I think we are supposed to change this thing to Elementor canvas, right? So if I go to all scholarships and then I check this, I click on view to view this one, right? It's supposed to be Elementor canvas, so this heading is not supposed to show. Okay, so I will work on that. Actually, let's just do that right now, right? If I click on edit here, I just want to edit it for it to be Elementor canvas, and then we'll come back to the theme builder and then we'll do the same for the questions. Okay, so just go to single post settings and then page layout, make it Elementor canvas so that the header or the menu here disappears. Okay, and then just publish it. Now I'll leave and get back to my theme builder. Okay, if I refresh the page, it should be gone. Yeah, it's gone. Now I'll go back to my theme builder, click on add new, click on single post, and this should be for questions, right? So this is going to be the last one. Okay, so this is answer question. If you click on that, it brings you the form to answer the student's question, right? I don't know if we have that form created yet, right? We have a question, but we don't have answer question, so we'll do that. Okay, so I'll go here, go to page settings, and I'll make this Elementor canvas as well. Okay, so what's the first thing? We have this beautiful design over there. So to do that, or to add that, I'll search for a container. I'll drag it here, right? The width can be 70%. I'll make the width 70% like this. Okay, then the top margin can be like 70, bottom can be like 70, right? I search for another container, I drag that inside here. Okay, then I go to background type gradients. I use global, use this blue, make here 160. Okay, I scroll down to border and give a border radius of 10. Then I look for a heading right here. Then I make it view question. Okay, view question. And here we have this like description here. So I will copy the same thing, and then I will look for a text editor. Drag that below here, and then right click and then paste as plain text so it doesn't copy the formatting. Right. Then what the next thing we should do? We should add in paddings, right? So 40 is not bad. Okay, we can make this thing's color white and make this one's color also white, right? Good. So what's next? The next thing we need to do, sorry, let's not publish it, is to add these fields here. Okay, so to do that, let's use the theme builder here. Okay, let's use the theme builder. We can actually copy and paste the designs instead of having to build all of them from scratch. Okay, so let me say let's preview this one, for example. Okay, I can click on edit to edit it, and then we can just like copy some of the designs so that we don't have to rebuild everything all over again, because that takes a lot of time, right? So I can copy this heading, right, and come back and just paste it like right below. Okay, and this says applicant's name. applicant name like this. And I can come back, I can copy maybe this section as well, right? And I'll paste it in here. So instead of provider, this should be this should not be even an ACF field. Okay, go to dynamic tags. This should be the post title because we made the applicant's name the post title, right? I'll just duplicate this and scroll down, duplicate this one as well, bring it here. This should say applicant's email like this. Okay, now here we can make this one an ACF field. So dynamic tags, I look for ACF field, I scroll down, I choose applicant's email, then I duplicate this, right? I scroll down here, and this should say question, right? So I'll make this question like this, and I'll copy this one here. Okay, then I'll paste it right below here. Okay, then I'll select the text, right? It says post content, right? So that's the same thing that we want. Then the last thing we have to look for is a button. Okay, so I will copy this button, then I will paste the button right below here. Okay, but this button should be linked to a pop-up which is linked to a form. So let's do that real quick. We go to dashboard, okay, and then we scroll down and then we look for just form builder and we click on add new form. Okay, now this form should be the answer question form, answer question. Okay, and we start it from scratch. So first of all, what does the answer question form look like? We have the applicant's name, the email, the answer, right? So here I'll type in applicant's name. Okay, applicant's name, and that should be the same thing here, applicant underscore name, right? Then we want another text field here, so I'll look for text, right? Text field, and I'll add in a text field below here, and this should say applicant email, right? Email, and then here too can be applicant email. And then what's the last thing we are looking for? We are looking for the answer, so that should be a text area field, and here we'll type in answer, right? So that will be the same thing that's here. So last thing it should do is submit. Okay, so we can make the submit answer. Good. Now what's next? We go to jet form, right? We don't want it to say the record, that's not needed. What we needed to do is we needed to send an email. Send the email to who? The email from submitted form field. Which field? Applicant's email. So subjects, answer to your question. To your question. Okay, something like this. From name is admissions manager, right? So admissions manager. From email address is the email address of admissions manager. And then the content can be hello applicant's name like this. Okay, then we will type at the bottom here is the answer to your question, right? Like this. Okay, then we can type in good day. Okay, now before the good day we need to add the actual answer to the question over here. So I will choose answer. Okay, and then I'll cut it. This shouldn't be here. I'll cut it from here and I'll paste it here. Then I'll update it and then I'll publish the form. Okay, so that's basically it. So what's next? We need a pop-up to be created. So that's really simple. Go to Elementor, go to editor, go to templates here. Okay, and then look for, just click on add new templates, right? Click on add new templates, or you can go to pop-ups, right? Go to pop-ups here. Okay, then you see that we have this form, this pop-up here, but we can't duplicate it currently. Okay, so I'll click on add new pop-up. Then the templates can be answer question templates. Then I'll click on create templates to create this pop-up template, right? So now all we have to do is just add in our jet form and then we are good to go. So I can close this up. I search for jet form. I drag that inside this form here or this container here. I select the container, go to advanced, give it like all around 40, right? Select the form. I choose answer question form here. Okay, and I click on publish, triggers, on click, save and close. Okay, then I can just publish it. Then all I have to do is go back to my single post here. I click on the dynamic tags. I look for pop-up, and then here I type in answer question templates. Then I click on publish, add condition. Then I choose this as questions. Then I click on save and close. Okay, so once I do that, if I were to look at this question and I refresh the page, you see that now this is what it looks like here. Okay, I can click on this and then the pop-up comes and then we can answer the question. So this is basically what we needed to do for this section of the video. We've created all the single post pages for these different post types, right? Now the next thing we have to do is to create the listings. Okay, we want some of them to be listed like this. Okay, so we have to create the listings for the applications, create listings for the admissions, and then create listings for the questions. Okay, and that's bringing us closer to the end of the video. So just stick with me and I'll see you in the next section of the video. Alright guys, so welcome to this section of the video. We have to create the different type of listings, right, in this section of the video, right? So I wanted us to do that. Yeah, so we'll go to all pages, right? And then here we have to just look for this page and then we can click on edit with Elementor. Okay, so when we do that, we are going to create these these listings here. Okay, so just wait for the page to finish loading up. Now that we are here, you want to head over to view admissions, right? Because this is the first place you want to start editing. Right, so just come here and then search for this element. Okay, search for the loop grade. Okay, this one, and just drag it below here. Okay, the loop grade. Now the template type, you can leave that. Query, come over here and then choose scholarships first of all. Okay, now go to layout and then click on create template and then just click on save changes. Okay, now I come to start building what we want this to look like. Okay, so we have, it's like it's in a box with a shadow, then there's the featured image with its post title and then its button, right? So how do we do that? First of all, we have to add the first element, which is the featured image. So that was what is going to be over here. Okay, and then you can give it a border radius of 10. Then you can choose the main container, this box. Okay, and then you can give it an all-round padding of like 30, right? And what's the next thing we should do? We have to add in a post title. Okay, so we can drag that below, and then what does it say? Like, we don't have to change that. Okay, you can just work on the size. Maybe I want mine to be like 25 and I want the weight to be like 600. Okay, then I need a button, right? So I will search for the element button and then I'll drag it below here. Okay, and then where do I want the button to? I go to the icon library, right? I search for arrow. Okay, I search for arrow. Now where do I want the arrow to face? I want the arrow to face here. Okay, so like you can just select it from that place, and then now that I've done that, I want to click on insert. Now where is the arrow position? It should be at the end, not at the start. Okay, so when you're done, head over to style. Okay, head over to style, and then background type, just make this, click on this. Okay, and then drag this slider to the complete end. Okay, you want to make it transparent, right? Then the next thing you want to do is you want to search for text color, make that the blue color, release all the paddings here, and then go to typography, and then like you can work on the size, right? So 18, no, 17 is not bad. Then you can give it weight of like 500. 500 is small. Let's see, 600. Okay, good. Then yeah, we can just publish this for now. You can just publish this for now. Now if I decide that I want to preview my page, right, and I go to the view admissions part, you see that I have this here. Okay, now this is how they are looking like. So we want to add that box shadow. So as my container, I'll give it border radius of 10. I'll add in a little shadow here. Then I'll make it a bit transparent and drag this to the side here a bit more. Like, I can publish this again. Okay, so once I do that, if I go to this page, you see it, and I go to view admissions, you see that now we have it here. And then when they click the button, it's supposed to take them where to the post. So how do we do that? In this button, go to dynamic tags here, and then just make this post URL and click publish, and then that's all. You are good to go. Okay, so what's the next thing we want to create? We want to create loop grid for questions, right? So search for the element. Hold on, we have to come back to the page. We have to come back to edit this page. So click on edit page at the top here, and then like just give it a short while to load. It's just load everything for you, then we can continue. Search for loop grid. Okay, then go to the questions side, right? Come back, loop grid. You can drag that below here. Okay, so sorry, it shouldn't be there, it should be outside. It should be outside. Good. So now the post, we go to query. We want this to take it from questions, questions. Okay, then we go to create templates. Then we save our changes. Now what do we have at the questions place? We see we have we have the email section here. We have a button that lets you view the question, and we have like the name. Okay, So to do this, we drag in post title. So post title is the first thing. Then we work on the size. So 25, weight is like 600 rather. Okay, and then we select the main container. We can go to advanced and give every side a padding of like 30, right? And then we can go to style, border, box shadow. We give it a box shadow, a slide box shadow like this. Okay, then we can give a border radius of 10. You see, we are good. Now what's next? We need to add the email field, right? So I will search for a container and I'll drag it inside here, but I'll release all the paddings of that container. Or you know what? We can do something. Let's just delete the container. We can do something, right? Let's say we can add in a heading, our own heading. Okay, I'll drag that below here, and then I will click on this and I'll go to ACF field. Okay, and then here I will choose key, scroll down and look for question and choose applicant email. I go to advanced. Before it should say email colon like this with another space. Okay, so if I go back to the typography, what do I want? I want the size to be small, like 15, right? Then I want a button. So I click on add element, I search for button, right? I drag that below here, and then I go, this should say answer question, right? Answer question. And then we can look at the dynamic tags for the link, make this post URL. Then we go to we can go to style, and then we can go to background type, and we can choose this lower purple color. Then all we have to do is publish this. Okay, when we publish this page is going to refresh. We go to questions, we see all our questions here looking like that. Okay, so what's next? Let's go back. I wanted to show you guys something about the loop grid that I forgot to say when we were creating the admissions. Okay, let's go back. If I just wait for it to finish loading. Okay, if I go to questions and I select don't leave, I select the loop grid, you see that you can adjust the columns and adjust the items per page, right? So if you go to pagination, you can click on this and click on load on click, right? When you do that, a button is going to come, right? And the button text should say what? Load more, right? And that will only be available when we have more questions. So you can just say, okay, here I only want 3 to display. When I click load more before more should show, and so on and so forth. That's how you do that part. Okay, so I'm just letting you guys know about that. Now the last thing we have to do is create the the listing for the applications, right? So to do that, first thing is to search for loop grid, right? You can use the loop grid for everything. So search for loop grid and just drag that below here. Okay, and then query, make this applications. Then go to layout and click on create template and click on save. Okay, so this is the last listing we are going to create, right? So just leave it, just let everything load up. Okay, and when it's like this, when I'm editing this particular one here, like it's some way. Okay, so this particular loop item is best if you do it like on its own, page. Okay, so let's go back to edit page here. Okay, there's one thing we want to check. You see that everything is on a separate, like each of the listings are on a separate row, right? They're not all on the same row or column, one of them. So to do that, right, select this, the loop grid here. Okay, and then the column should be 1. The items per page can be like 3 or maybe like 4. Okay, then all we have to do is click on edit the template. Now, okay, now that we've done this here, we can actually edit it and then everything is going to look fine or well or whatever. Okay, so first things first, let's use the structure. Okay, we can't. Hold on. First things first, we need to add in a container. Okay, a container here. Right, now this container has to be horizontal. Okay, horizontal. And it has to have a color. The background color should be that ash color we set here. Okay, and we can give it a border radius of 10 for all the sides. Now, we need to add in containers inside this container, about 5. Okay, right, because it's a 6. Okay, there are 6 rather, 6 containers. So that's why we have to release all the paddings here. Then we have to look for 6 containers, right? So we search for container, and the first one we add, we can go to advanced and release its paddings. Okay, then we can duplicate it so we get 6. Okay, let's click and duplicate so you get about 6 containers. I think I have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So what's the first thing I want to add? I want to look at the post title, right? That's the first thing I'm going to add here, post title. Now the size of this should be really small, like 15 is fine. And the weight of this should be like 500. Okay, we are going to justify all of its content to the center, align all of its items to the center as well. Okay, I think that was for all. We just want to do this for a single container. So if I have this single one here, I want to justify its content to the center. Okay, I can also align its items to the center as well. So that's the first thing, right? I can click on publish to see how it's going, right? If I head over to latest applications, you see we have the application name here. Now what's next? We need the name of the person. So I go back, right? And then I look for a heading, Then I can drag in a heading here. Okay, real quick, I can copy this and just paste this style on this one. Select this container, bring everything to the center, select this, go to style. Okay, not style, go to dynamic tags, right? You want this to be an ACF field. And what does the field say? What's the key? The key is full name, right? Because that's what it's here, full name. Then we need gender, right? So I can duplicate this as well and then come here, right? I can select everything and then bring it, the content to the center, right? And I'll come here, key, gender. Then the next thing up is contact, status, and then application, right? So we can duplicate this again, right? Bring this here, and then it should say this should be emergency contact, right? So I'll justify the content to the center. Then I'll duplicate this again, right? So after contact, we have status, right? So I will click here, look for status, and then I will justify the content to the center. Then the last place, what do we have? We have a button, right? So I click plus, I search for button, and I drag it here. Okay, now what does the button say? It says view application. So that's the same that I'm going to type in, view application, like this. Okay, and then this should be, the button color can be this. Okay, and the link should be the post URL. Okay, then we can use this container to select the main one. We can start giving it paddings, right? Top 20, bottom 20. And I can publish this page. So if I head over to my admissions dashboard, I go to latest application, you see that I have this style here. Okay, one thing we can do is we can also add in some small right padding for the button here. Okay, and then I can just click on publish. All right, now once I do that, if I go back, you see that we have everything here ready to go. Okay, so maybe 20 was too much. Let's see, sorry, not for here, right? Let's say we give it 10. Okay, 10 rather. I want to just make sure that we can have everything like on a straight line. Okay, so 10.2 is too much. So if that's the case, then we'll just have to edit like the page. Once we edit the page and we increase the width, everything will be fine. Okay, so I'll increase the right to also 20 as well, and I'll publish everything. Okay, so when I'm done, all I have to do is click edit page, and it's going to take me back to the page so that I can edit it. I don't know if you check here, you realize that it's displaying. Okay, so we need to add in those things at the top. If I go to these applications, I can click on add elements, right? And I can look for a container, drag it right on top of this one, and I can release all of its paddings, right? So now what do we want? We also want 6 containers inside this container, you get. So I will add in 1 container and duplicate till I get 6, but the main one has to be horizontal. So I'll make this horizontal like this. Then I'll duplicate all the ones inside, right, till I get 6 containers like this. Okay, so what's inside? Application, name, so on and so forth, right? So we search for heading. That's the first thing. We drag it here, right? So this should say application. Sorry, that spelling is wrong. The size should be small, so 20 is fine. Width should be a bit less bold, so something like this is fine, right? Then we can duplicate this, drag it inside here. What should this say? This should say name. Okay, name. Then we duplicate this one too. We drag it here. This should say gender. Okay, gender. Duplicate this one too. We drag it here. What should it say? Contact, right? So we type in contact. We duplicate this one as well. And then it says what status, right? So we type in status. Then we click on publish for now. Okay, so when you do that, this page is going to automatically refresh. Okay, and then you can come back to the latest application and you can see everything here like this. Okay, now we are done with the listings. Okay, when you click on view the application to view the application, you realize that it takes you here. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so we can do something, right? I want to check this page. This is our admissions manager dashboard page, right? If I refresh this page, right, and I head over to, I can refresh this page, head over to latest applications here. You see that now we have view here. This is what the admin gets to see, but the student sees something a little bit different, right? Good. So let's go back. And I'm glad we've done this. Now, this has to go to the main page, right? So what I'll do is that I will copy this whole group here, okay, this whole container. I will copy it, okay, and I'll head over to this place, and then right below this one, I have to paste in the container, right? So I will look for a place, paste in the container, and then it's going to come here like this, okay. Now what's next? We need the listing, right? The loop grid. So I will select it here. I'll click on don't leave, and I'll right click and copy it from here. I'll go home, my home page, right? And then I'll just paste the loop grid maybe somewhere here. I'll paste it there so that it will be right below, okay. And I can just publish my changes so that when I go back to my page and then I scroll down, you realize that we have it looking like this, and it looks really nice, okay. So we can do something. This main container here, we can give it some bottom margin so that there's some space from the bottom. Okay, now we need to also effect these changes on the student's dashboard. How do we do that? We have to click here, and then, okay, it's not here right now. If I click edit Elementor, it's also not here. So we have to go to the back end to do it, right? So just go to dashboard, okay, go to dashboard, and then go over to pages, right? All pages. Then we have to find the student's dashboard. So click on edit with Elementor, right? And just wait for the page to finish loading so that we can start editing the student's dashboard. Alright guys, so now that the page has loaded, just head over to my applications and go to view admissions here, okay. Then search for loop grid, okay, and then drag that right below here, okay. Now what do we want? This should be a post, right? We go to query, we make this, go to query, and then we make this scholarships, okay. Now we have to check which template it is, okay. I'm not really sure, we didn't name them, right? And that's my mistake, sorry. Okay, it's definitely not this one, so we have to check this one, right? Yeah, I think it's this one if I'm correct. No, it's not this one, it's not this one. We have to check the last one, right? So it's not 326, so it's 317, right? We publish, and then this is it, okay. So we have this on our student's dashboard now. Good. So we can just publish this, okay, and we can preview our changes. And then our dashboard is really coming into shape now, okay. There's just like a few things that we have to do left, and then we'll be done with the video, okay. So let's head over to the dashboard, right? You know, when we set up some emails to be sent, right, from the forms when the students fill it, so that some emails are sent to the administrator or to the admissions manager, and some are sent to the students, right? But we are going to have to set up the WP mail SMTP so that these emails that are sent from our site, right, they don't go to the spam folder. But the video might be a little bit too long to do that in this video as well, so you don't need to worry about it. I have a video on my YouTube channel, right? I have a video on my YouTube channel that's going to show you how to do exactly that, okay. So I'm going to leave the video link in the description below, okay. Just go over to my videos, and then you can scroll down and look for the contact form tutorial. I think it's this one here, okay. So check this video. I show you how to set up the email SMTP inside so that you don't face any errors and face any issues like your emails going to the spam folder. So just watch this so that you can use that to implement it on your site with the SMTP here, and then you'll be good to go, okay. So some of the last things we need to do are coming up at this section. First of all, we need to do something about the applications, okay. Over here, you realize that it names them like this, okay. But you as an admissions manager, maybe you don't want this to be the names. Maybe you want it to be the name of the application plus the name of the person who filled the form, right? So to do that, we are going to use some snippets to do it, okay. So click on all snippets, right? I'm going to open the snippets that way. So just click on add new snippets here, okay. Then what I'll do is that I'll open my folder, go to the code snippets, and I'm going to choose the code to name applications, right? This is the one we are looking for because we've basically used everything here, right? So we're going to look for this one. Now what we're going to do here is that we're going to select all here and copy this code, okay. We are going to go back to our dashboard here, and we're going to make this application, maybe application naming short code, okay, short code. Let me just type it in, short code here. Then I'll paste all the code here like this, okay. I'll paste all the code here. Then I'll save and activate, as if and activate this. Okay, so now that I've done this, we need to check something. Okay, let's head over to scholarships. Okay, we head over to scholarships, and then we see that there's a scholarship here, so we can view it. We can view the scholarship, right? If I scroll down and I hover on the button, it's not going to take us anywhere right now. Okay, so we go here. You see that this code is what is going to get like the name. Okay, it's what's going to get the name of, like, that's what is going to get the name of the students who filled the form. That's what this code is going to do. So when you have this page created, now we have to go to pages and create another page called apply for scholarship or something like that. Okay, so I go to add page, right? I go to add page here. Then I'm going to call this page apply for scholarship. This exact name is what you need to type because that's what is in the snippets. Okay, so this is what I'm going to type here. Then I'll click on the template. I'm going to make it Elementor canvas. Okay, then I'll click on publish. Okay, so when that's done, when it's done publishing, just click on edit with Elementor. Okay, and that's going to take you to the Elementor page builder. So give it a while to load, and then we can start building this page. Okay, so once this is here, quickly we want to add in a form. Okay, so search for jet form and then drag that inside here. Okay, drag that inside here. We click on this, go to advanced, right? We can give it a top margin of 50. Okay, then we can select the form to show. So let's say the form I want here is the applications form. Okay, applications form. Then we could add a little design, I guess, right? We could add a little design to the page if you want. But for now, I just want the system to work. Okay, so I'm going to just publish this page for now. So that now that the page is published, we can head over to we have to go to the Elementor theme builder. Okay, so click on Elementor here and then go to the theme builder. What we are going to look for is the single scholarship page. Okay, so I want to preview this one. Okay, and then this is what we are looking for here. So I'm going to click on edit. Okay, I'll click on edit. Right now, once it comes here, we need to do something about the button. Okay, so that the button automatically takes us to the form or to that page. Then I go here, I'm going to look for the apply for scholarship page here. Okay, then I'm going to publish this page. So now that I've done that, all I have to do is close this and then refresh. Okay, refresh the page. Now if I have the button here, I can click on this to like go to the page. As you can see here, this is the title it's going to give the post. Okay, it has the title of the scholarship and then the title of the person, okay, or the person's name. So how do we make sure that the applications takes this title? We have to use a query. Okay, so to do that, we are going to go to dashboard over here. Okay, then all we have to do is scroll down till we find the jet form builder and go to forms. Okay, go to forms, then look for the applications form and click on edit. Okay, edit this form. Now what you want to add is a hidden field because we don't want the user seeing this field. So this field is a hidden field. We're going to drag it below here. Okay, now what should this say? This should be a URL query variable, because if I was to go and preview this page, for example, right, let's say I preview this page and I go to view admissions, right, and I click here to view this scholarship, for example, I click here to apply. You realize that this is a variable that this name has been stored in. Okay, so I will copy this variable here, the just form title, this variable. Then I will come here and then paste it in here. This should be just form title. So this is the variable here. So this is what I want to be the, maybe I'll call this post title, right? Post title. I also call here post title, right? Then I'm going to go to just form here and I'm going to look for insert update post. Then I will scroll down till I find that one, or it should be up, right? It should say post title here. Then I'm going to make this the post title of the post. Then click on update and I'm going to click on save. Okay, so theoretically this should work, right? But you can run into one or two errors. We are going to fix all of them. Okay, so I'm going to log out as an admissions manager. I'm going to log back in as a student to see if this thing can actually work. So I'll type in this here and I'll type in the password here as well. Okay, I'll type in the password. Now once that's done, I'm going to go to my applications. Okay, and now that I'm here, you see we have this let's go to view admissions here. Okay, now I want to fill this one, for example. So I click on click here, then I click on click here to apply now. Okay, once I do that, let's say I enter my full name, right, like this, enter my gender, some crazy date of birth here, some let's just enter some random email, right? So let's say I want to use this email here. Okay, some email. The nationality, I choose some random one. This is all dummy data, right? Not real data here. I choose this as a picture. I'll type in this name here. Then I'll type in this number here. So this is all dummy data. Okay. So me, I'll choose computer science from this list. Then here I'll just upload any available PDF I have. I will choose this place, type in some random states, some random place, just some dummy information here. Okay. Now all I have to do is click on submit. Okay. Now once I do that, once I click on submit, it's going to submit the form for me. As it says, form submitted successfully, right? So I head back to my dashboard, right? If I go back to my dashboard, I go to my applications. See that this is the application here. But once I click view, right, you see that the name is this one here. This is the name that's displaying here. Okay. We can head back to our dashboard, right? So on the student's place, it doesn't really matter like that. Okay, if I go back to my administration manager's dashboard, for example, right? And let's say I preview this page. Okay, let's say I preview this page. If I preview the page, I'm going to see that that's what is going to structure the names as. So you see, this is now the name of this application here, right? If I go to the dashboard, right? I go to the dashboard, I go to applications here, right? I go to applications. I'm going to realize that this is the application that is here currently. Okay, so I can click on edit to edit this one. Then I scroll down and then I can change the status to maybe pending. Okay, then I can click on save, right? So once I do that, it's going to change the status for me. I can head over to my applicant dashboard. I can refresh my page, go to my applications. You see that now this is pending, right? So this is basically everything, right? We have the whole dashboard system working. We have the question system working. We have the application system working. And now we have what is going to be used to name the post, right? So there's just one very, very last thing we have to do. I know you guys are tired, but I promise you that this is the last thing we are doing in the video. And then we'll just discuss ways we can expand on the project so that you personally can expand on the project yourself, and then we'll be done. The last thing we want to do is we want to customize the page, the login page, the admin login page, right? Because if I was to log out of this place or of this page right now, you're going to realize that this page is different, right? From, let's say, if I log out here right now, you're going to realize that that page is different from this one. Okay, so we want to customize this page. That's the last thing we'll be doing. So to do that, look for AC login here, admin custom log. That's why we downloaded this plugin. That's what it's going to help us do. Right, so look for AC login, and then you can click on this to preview what it looks like right now. Then you can click on enable and click on save changes. Okay, so when you save the changes, and you can close this. Already, when you go back here and then you refresh, you're going to realize that it looks different now. Okay, it looks different now. So I'm just going to show you how to customize it by yourself so that you can understand, and then you can like really let yourself loose and design it yourself. Okay, so now that this is here, we can go to background design. First of all, if you want to change the background image, you can just click on upload, right? I just click on upload and then select a file from your desktop or from your media library, right? So me, let's say I go through what I have so far. I want this image to my background, right? So I'm just like you know, I'm just going through this thing with you, right? So I click on, this is the image here. I click on insert into post. Okay, insert into post, right? But then again, I can click on upload again. Let's relax. We need to do something little. Okay, we are going to go to our media library. Then we'll click on show to show this one. Make the size full size before you click on insert into post. Okay, then click on save changes. You can close this. I go back, I refresh. You see that the background has now changed. Okay, I go to login form settings, right? This can be default at the center. You can, the background image is, you see the image at the background is different, right? So let's say I want to remove this one. Okay, then you can add in an overlay effect. If you have a background image, maybe I want the effect to, you can also edit the border color. Maybe I don't want any border color for now. Okay, then you can go through the settings, right? You can see all this that you want to really customize about your dashboard. Okay, you can go to font settings and you can also change the fonts that you want. Maybe instead of coming, sorry, let me scroll up. Right, if I scroll down, instead of the Noto Sans, maybe I want Rowe. Okay, Rowe. Because Rowe is the fonts we've been using like since we started, right? So maybe I want Rowe for here. I can click on save changes. Okay, I can click on save changes. When I go back and I give this page a refresh, you realize that now the font has now changed. Okay, so you can really customize this. The logo settings, you can even add in your own logo, right? If I click on upload, I go to my media library. Maybe I have is my logo here. I can click on show full size, insert into post, right? So I can save my changes. If I go back, then I refresh this page, you see that I have my logo here, but it's a bit too wide. So you can make it a little less wide, right? So I can save my changes again, go back, refresh, then you see that now it has come to normal. Okay, so you can really take your time. You can edit the social icons, add your links, and then do all that. I'm sorry that I'm speeding through here, right? It's just that the video is getting quite long. But if you go to my YouTube channel, I also have a tutorial on how to create your own like custom login page, right? Just scroll down till you find this tutorial here. Okay, how to customize your WordPress admin login page for free. And then you can really understand it and customize your own admin login page. Okay, so basically that is all we have to do. I know it's been a long, difficult tutorial, but you can be glad because you've been able to build your very own admissions portal with custom dashboards, automated emails, different like you'll be able to add snippets that help you change, you know, colors of some certain fields in case like based on the status updates, right? And I feel like this is a very big project, and doing this with WordPress is really amazing. Okay, and it's a very nice project you could put on your CV, you could brag to your friends about, or you know, so on and so forth, right? So I hope you guys really enjoyed this video. I hope you liked every part of it. And if you really want to expand on this, you could add payments, you could add more dashboards, add more users. All you need to do is just understand the concepts that we put in here, and then you know you can continue there. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this video. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. If you have any questions or any things to ask, you can leave it in the comments and I'll do my best to get back to you. And yeah, subscribe, right? I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.